Our next speaker is Ling Jin from Indiana University in the HPS department. So you're going to talk about the intellectual relationships between styles of reasoning and Foucault's Épistémè.
I'm very happy I can get the opportunity to do my first presentation in USA. I just come this country last year. And, for young guys, the first time always very special. Yeah. And my topic today is I want to tell a story of how Hakim formed his notion of styles of reasoning. And I think it's a different project from Foucault's version of a college of knowledge, and I will illustrate how it happened. And first, we can give a very quick literature review on the concept of styles of scientific reason, because he can give us schemas of his concept, and he give his illustration. He will treat. There are many organizing concepts in the styles of scientific reasoning, such as probability, such as proof, and where we use this concept to constitute our knowledge of the world and to guide our scientific practice. And recently, there are many debates on where does Hacking's concept from? And Hacking also admitted that it's directly from the Crown-based thinking styles, because he met Crombie at the Pisa HPS conference in 1978, and he was inspired by Crombie's lecture at that time. And there are also very important talk on how Michel Foucault's Épistémè impacted Hacking. There are a few debates on that topic, not only PhD thesis, but also journal papers and monography. And their main idea is that they want to treat styles of reasoning as a decisive factor of episteme, and because they think styles of reasoning is not interested in those transitional zones between the phrases that presses the emergence of style and its crystallization. And based on this kind of view, Martinez Maria gave a more strong arguments. She thinks Foucault's thoughts more than constitute a part of Hacking's work, but also texture the weave together the whole structure of Hacking's philosophy. First, I will give my comments on this kind of narrative strategy. I think this strategy is interesting because it can superbly explain why Hacking is the first guy in English word and selected into the Francis College, and it can also help us better understand how the epistemology historique interact with the HPS tradition in Anglo-Saxon world. But I will give a different strategy to understanding Hacking styles of reasoning. I think there is phrases intervaling and representing. I think it's very important phrases, but don't arouse too much attention before. In the introduction of intervaling and representing, Hacking said, there is a simpler, more old-fashioned concept of history, and history not of what we think, but of what we do. And in my research, I will retell a story of the history process for Hacking to form his philosophic structure of styles of reasoning. And I will argue that although they are both historical oriented, Foucault's Épistémè and Hacking styles of reasoning, but Hacking's style emphasizes the history of what we do under the context of scientific practice, but Foucault's style are more emphasize the history of what we think. And in Hacking's version, the history of what we do will stress a continuity rather than the epistemic break of scientific thinking. And before I tell my story, I will get a short divisions of my understanding on Hacking's process to develop the styles of reasoning. I will take into parts. I take into three parts. The first part is 1975 to 1981. During this part, he get in touch with Foucault's idea and publish Emergence of Probability and get in touch with Crombie's thinking style. And the second part from 1982 to 1992, and during this period, he formally proposed his conceptual styles of reasoning, and he published the Theory of Chance. And the second part is from 1993 until he has passed away. He gave his formalization of the concept of science reasoning, his lecture in Taiwan, and he also tried to complete other historical arguments for the remaining reasoning styles, such as he published Why There Is Philosophy of Mathematics at All in 2014. Okay, I will begin my story. First, I will give a short review on Hawkins' thinking and Hawkins' intellectual activities before he published The Emergence of Probability. After he gained his PhD degree from the Cambridge University, he traveled to Africa and taught in Africa for a while. And he traveled to Uganda, and Uganda was a French colony at that time. So he get in touch with Michel Foucault's thought. He read The Madness and Civilization in English version at that period. And in 1970s, he traveled back to Cambridge to teach. And it's also at the same year, Foucault's Order of Things was published in UK. And in the first version of The Emergence of Probability, Hawkins cites that version. So it seems that Hawkins read that version of that time. And then before he left Cambridge to Stanford University, he gave a departure talk to the Moral Science Club. The title of this talk is One Way to Do Philosophy. In this talk, Hawkins said there are many ways to do philosophy, analytical way, continental way, or historical way. There are many ways. And it's Foucault to inspire him to do philosophy in a historical way. So before the publication of The Emergence of Probability, we can say Hawkins has get in touch with Michel Foucault and was inspired by Foucault and want to develop another way to think about and to do philosophy. And then we can change into The Emergence of Probability. It's a very famous book and have been translated in many kinds of language. And the core of this book is he wants to talk about a philosophical issue on how to understand probability. It's opinions of belief, or it's have some objective evidence in this concept when we do statistical inference. And Hawkins' answer to this issue is that probability first only the opinions, but he gradually gets the feature as inner evidence. This concept emerged as an inner evidence in the 17th century under the context of the practice of no sciences, such as the alchemy and the medicine during that period. And we can go back to Foucault's Order of Things. Foucault gave us 3 stages of the changes of European thinking on science: the process of the world, the age of order, and the age of history. And Hawkins' arguments match the ages of order because it all emphasizes the importance of science in scientific practice. We use science to judge whether we can do some judgment on this experimental phenomenon. And then this famous book suffered from so many critics. One of the most important critics is from the Daniel Garber and Sandy Zabel. They found similar natural science in many works and laws from ancient Rome. And so they think Hawkins' narrative on the concept of probability as inner evidence emerging in the 17th century is, I cannot say wrong, but it's not important because we can find similar things before the 17th century, and we can go back to the ancient Rome. And Hawkins gave the response to that critics. The first response is in the second publication of The Emergence of Probability. He gave a short memory after he gives such critics. He asked so many historians why you hate the epistemic break and you like the continuities. And one of the young historian told him, and he drew a probable from this talk, he say history always like continuities. If there is no continuity, everything will fall apart. It's Hacking's talk with historians, and then he knows that probable. And in 2014, in Hacking's interview with Vagelli, Hacking admitted that emergence may conduct some mistaken kind of therapy. So maybe we don't need to understand the history of probability as Hacking's way in the emergence of probability. And then Hacking began his work for the timing of chance. He did a lot of preparation for that work. And there are so many important things happen during between the emergence of probability and the timing of chance. I think the first important thing is Hacking joined the Pisa HPS conference in 1978. There are two events on that conference I think matters. The first event is, as we have mentioned above, it's a Crombie did a speech on 6 thinking styles in European science and inspired Hacking's following work. And the second event is Hacking also did a lecture by himself. The title of this lecture is For the Emergence of Probability to the Erosion of Determinism. As we all know, Hacking likes to use many geological metaphor to describe his understanding on history, such as the emergence, erosion, and the avant, and the crystallization. And I think the metaphor of erosion is pretty interesting because compared with emergence, the process of erosion is very, very slow and very, very gradual, such as the water dripping on a stone and the rope weathering. So we can find that Hacking wants to develop another kind of archaeology. This kind of archaeology is not focused on emergence and not focused on rapid changes, but focused on gradual changes and slow changes. Just as Hacking said in his lecture, it's not archaeology in the manner of Michel or Foucault, but it has learned from it. And then in 1982, Hacking published Language, Truth, and Reason. It's in this paper, Hacking formally wrote his conceptual styles of reasoning. And in this paper, Hacking takes 3 layers on how to judge whether the proposition is true or false. The first layer is the direct true or false of proposition, such as 1 + 1 = 3 is correct or wrong, and it's easy to judge. The second layer is our ways to determine whether a proposition is true or false. For example, we have rules in algebra, and we follow the rules to make our judgment. And the third layer is the styles of reasoning, which involve our ways of our judgment, such as the mathematical styles of reasoning. And Hacking said his worry is that how to judge or how to judge the correctness or not of the styles of reasoning, because we cannot practice that styles of reasoning as a way to get into the proposition P or not to proposition P, because proposition P simply is the proposition whose truth value is determined in this way. And then Hacking also developed his work on stability, mainly in the intervaling and representing. In one of my published paper in China, I illustrated that the experimental realism, I shaped the experimental realism for Hacking as his foundation for his following philosophic work, not only the styles of reasoning, but also the looping effect. My evidence are 2. The first evidence is that before the publication of intervaling and representing, Hacking individually published the chapter 10 and chapter 16 of that book in a journal paper. But in the journal paper, the version of journal paper, Hacking never mentions the concept of stability and similar phrases. It's only in the book he adds this concept in it and do some illustration. And only in this book he used the concept of stability to distinguish social science from natural science. So I think it's during the 1981 to 1983, Hacking gradually realized that stability is a very important concept for his following work. So he do some such modifications. And in that paper, I also distinguish Hacking's understanding of stability. I think there are two kinds of stability for Hacking. The first kind of stability is ontologic stability, which means stable empirical phenomena from through repeat scientific intervaling, such as Hacking's cases of dense bodies. We cannot observe dense bodies in our blood, but we can see the similar structure is totally different or totally irrelevant physical system. So we can believe that the dense body exists. And a second kind of stability is a epistemic stability, which means we can form a stable epistemic relationship between scientific theory and the scientific intervaling. And these two processes are match each other and mutually self-vindication. For example, nowadays, if you are in the department of statistics or you are in the department of social science under the tradition of quantification, we just use features of normal distribution to analyze data, and we will not, there is no need to doubt that, because we just believe that normative distribution can guide our exploration of the statistical data. And Hacking also connected his plan of styles of reasoning to the epistemic stability. So, after I do a short brief story of this period, I will give my exercise of my story here. I will give 3 keywords to understand Hacking's thought during this period. The first keyword is erosion, which means the forming process of styles of reasoning is slow and gradualism. The second one is stability, which means styles of reasoning have occupied epistemic stability until now. The third one is scientific practice, which means epistemic stability is conferred under intervaling. In other words, under the context of historically occupational scientific practice. It's just as Hacking said, history of what we do, not history of what we think. So I think before finish and publish the Theory of Chance, Hacking had outlined the basic structure of styles of reasoning, even though he didn't give a paper to talk about that, but he has do many preparations and from the basic philosophic structure of that concept. And then I will give exercise on what's the difference between the episteme in the order of things and the styles of reasoning in the Theory of Chance. Let's back to focus exercise on the difference between the age of order and the age of history. Foucault gave very literature phrases of this period, and I just use focus cases to illustrate it. Foucault thinks there are totally different way to think about the economic, think about the phrase labor between the Adam Smith and David Ricardo. For Adam Smith, the labor serves as a symbol for measuring the exchange value of commodities, providing a constant standard for the exchange of goods. So it's just a sign in this system. But for the David Ricardo, there are 2 meanings of labor. The first meaning is the same as Adam Smith, but the second meaning is that labor itself, as a productive activity, becomes a source of value of commodities. It's in another kind of thinking style. It's in the thinking style of the age of history, not in the age of order. So Smith's system conflict labor as a symbol of exchange with labor as a source of value, while Ricardo separated 2 from 1, making it an unspoken assumption in the economic system. At this time, 1 must be derived from 2, because value must first be produced before they can be a measure of identity for symbolic value. So which will means great hidden forces developed on the basis of a primary and inaccessible nucleus of regions consulting in history by Michel Foucault. So we can give a scheme on Michel Foucault's logic on episteme in the order of things. We can find 2 representative figures. Figure 1 is Adam Smith, figure B is David Ricardo. They have different kinds of system on financial exercise and the classical economics, and they have the organizing concept, but the organizing concept have different meaning, and then we jump from it has me A to it has B. And in Foucault's narrative, there is only the history of what we think. They're only the only theory. They have just compared two different kinds of theory, and Foucault said this change happened just in a few years and very, very radical. Then let's see the structure of the time of chance. At the beginning and the end of time of chance, having shaped two totally different worlds. The first world is a deterministic world, and the representative world is Kant and Laplace, because they all think we cannot accept the epistemic role of chance, and statistical must be re-explained by more basic or more materialistic cause. Just because we cannot fight until now, so we just temporarily accept statistical law. At the end of the time of chance, we change into a totally different world. It's a world of correlation worldview, and the representatives of this worldview is Charles Peirce and Carl Pearson. In this world, there is no need to give further explanation on how normal distribution function. We just use it to explain other things. So normal distribution is no more than explain that, it's explain do itself. And then I can use almost 20 chapters to illustrate how this process gradually and slowly happened. In each chapter, he used a story of scientific practice, such as Laplace do some debates with Poisson on how to judge the lawyer can give a correct judgment of whether it's correct criminal law, or how Chrysler to test the size of chest of a British soldier. There are so many cases of scientific practice, and after one practice, there emerge one feature. After all features from 1 to 7 emerge all, then the statistical law gain its autonomy, and we change from the word deterministic world to the correlational world. So we can find the scheme of the time of chance. We can find the representative figure 1, maybe found to be Laplace, and the representative figure B, maybe Carl Pearson. And then we can find many transitional figures, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, from Poisson, from Roth, from Chrysler, and every figure do many scientific practice. They use statistical law to interpret the world, and they generate many scientific law. And it's during this process, statistical law gradually get its autonomy, and the styles of reasoning gradually stabilize. So we can do the exercise of Hawkins' work in the time of chance. The first is that the practice of statistical law has self-correcting and internal interactive characters, thereby exhibiting continuity. For example, Laplace binomial distribution approach the normal distribution. This is Laplace binomial distribution. It's like this. It's not contiguous, but normal distribution. When the sample size is large enough, it will look like a bell curve. Yeah. The second, statistical thinking patterns gradually emerge in the practice of statistical method. For example, Gordon found how to finish his approach experiments with sweet peas because he wanted to find the germs in trying to start with Pangenius, but he failed. Although he failed to find the germs, but he found how to approach from the binomial distribution to the normal distribution. And third is that a single statistics method can effectively penetrate different thinking patterns and concepts simultaneously. For example, we can still find Laplace theory in our textbook of statistics. So Laplace theory is not wrong. He can still correct in many times. Therefore, statistics styles of reasoning based on the practice of statistical method as ontological perceptions is continuous and can transcend different episteme. So finally, my conclusion. In this conclusion, I also want to ask a question. From my perspective, I can give a totally different kind of version of ecology of knowledge compared with Michel Foucault. But I can never criticize Michel Foucault is wrong. Why? I think Hacking give his implication in the Épistémè of chance. In the Épistémè of chance, Hacking said, each of these styles has its own source and its own pace. Those who investigate continuity in the growth of knowledge see each other style evolving at its own rate. But if you are a catastrophist, you will see sharp beginning and radical mutations. So different people with different desire can say different things. This is why Hacking said he's just a philosopher of particular cases. So from this story, we can know that when understanding the relationship between the history of science and contemporary scientific practice, we only need to select what is useful for the two theoretic frameworks, Michel, Foscari, and Hacking, or Thomas Kuhn. There are many, many frameworks, and combine them with empirical cases for coherent understanding. For the history of science, cases from a single discipline or single time period are insufficient to constitute empirical classification, while cases from different disciplines or time periods often contradict each other, such as Cruz narrative between Companions and the Ptolemy. They cannot understand each other sometimes, but Laplace and Gordon can understand each other. It's unrealistic to expect a theory that can fully explain all complete cases. And for the philosophy of science, given the complexity of science in both contemporary and past, and even unforeseen changes in the future, debating on whether catastrophes or gradualists are correct, it's hard to actually decisive consensus. And this is what my talk today. Thank you so much.
Some things that you said, I tend to agree with some others, and also with the general characterization of all being writing the history of words and concepts and mapping history of things that we do and actions. That is kind of controversial for me, and I'll put it this way, because I think this translates into probably you compare wrong things, if I may say, in the sense that the emergence, Hacking says it explicitly, the emergence of probability goes from the 60s. So the order of things, and it clearly seems to have the archaeology of knowledge as an analysis of discursive practices. And there you are in the at the level of discourse and language analysis, or discourse analysis, rather. But then when you move to the finding of chance, I think he says it somewhere, even the use of geological metaphors and this slower process, gradual piecemeal process, he probably doesn't spell out the analogy in greater details, but he sees it as a genealogical word. So more in line with the Foucault from the 70s. Closer to what Foucault does with the genealogy of ethics, the genealogy of sexuality, Foucault's works from and courses from the 70s on the abnormals. There you have the history of psychiatry done through the practices, what was done to the sick people, and even the idea of biopolitics. The first paper that I presented, the talk that we gave, and that was later would lead to the emergence of the beginning of chance, was given in France in 1979, and that was a conference on the statistics of suicide, and there we spelled out this idea in strikingly closer details with Foucault's idea of biopolitics, and Foucault was quoting his first biopolitics class of the Collège de France right at the same time. 1979, and sorry, that was too long, but just to say, like, maybe there's a difference there to be made.
Yeah, I highly agree. Your opinion on the terminal chances is a mixture by the episteme and the biopolitics, because Hacking also admitted that. And this is what I think Hacking always thinks he's Foucauldian, because he wants to explore our thinking style organizing way is not as concerned without history, it's as focused on with history. I think at these layers, they stand the same like with Michel Foucault, or he is a follower of Michel Foucault. But I just want to express in his particular case study, they can draw totally different conclusion than Foucault in the Episteme. And they can offer a version to rebuild the continuity of our knowledge after Thomas Cruz and Michel Foucault. Some historians will worry about that, but Hacking can offer a way to understand that. So then we have two ways. Before that, we just have only one way to understand is episteme break. But Hacking offers another way. We can not only as a catastrophe, but also as a gradualist. It's what I want to express. But I highly agree that this cannot as evidence to say Hacking is not Foucauldian. I never do such impression. Hacking is always Foucauldian, I accept. But in particular cases, we can draw different conclusion. Yeah, this is my reply. Thank you.
I was curious about this. If I'm understanding the argument correctly, you're saying one way that Hacking deviates from Foucault is he's doing something like the long durée, right? He's looking for continuities, emergence of probability, maybe enhance these kinds of issues, and like Kuhn are doing kind of situated equilibrium history. So I just invite you to say a bit more about that. Yeah, I'm kind of in agreement with Matteo about it might just be methodological. I'm not sure what to think about that issue about ideas versus practices, because Foucault's talking about all sorts of practices, right? He's talking about the confinement of the mad. But I mean, I think you're right. He's doing these to kind of illustrate the ideas, and maybe we can see Hacking working in a similar kind of way. And yeah, so I would just invite you on that first one. I've been thinking about comments Hacking makes about Foucault, right? He's kind of like, when he's critical, he's just like, yeah, the history's false, right? He says, he gives us, I mean, if you've read Foucault's history, why is he picking these seemingly random events, right? And I think Hacking, obviously, he recognizes Foucault's doing a kind of critical history, the history of the present. But I am curious about that when it happened for Hacking, this kind of long durée versus kind of revolutions picture of science, because it actually, what you said about stability, that maps onto, I'm trying to think, it's either Five Parables or the new historicism chapter from historical ontology. He made precisely this kind of move, and that's, I think, circa mid-80s. I think Five Parables is 84 or something like that.
Oh, yeah.
Right around that time. So
yeah, in my published paper in China, but it's published in Chinese, so and you cannot republish in English now. I argue that the experimental realism is really, really important. I think it's foundation of the styles of reasoning, because he used experimental realism to distinguish his work with Thomas Kuhn, because he thinks Thomas Kuhn's paradigm is idealism, but he can find a way to approach the realism. Even though he admitted that styles of reasoning is also idealism in the experimental realism, but at that time he thinks stability is more important in his following work. So he make a choice. He chose to focus on stability, not the break. So I think changes happened during that period, during his work in the time in the experimental realism. If you also give a long duration of Hacking's work, you will think experimental realism it's like emergence. He started to focus on that topic because before he always focused on statistics, but why there is the experimental realism? So it's also very strange. I think it's Hacking's special preparation. It's my interpretation of this work. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I feel like
Oh, thank you.
this stability argument that you have in this now new argument that you have about Hacking's historiography, basically. So if you help me understand this better.
Oh yeah. My thinking is that because Hacking suffers some criticized in the emergence of probability, and history told him they want to continuity, they don't want to accept me break. I'm not sure there is a causal chain, but I think stability can be a philosophical way to solve this problem. He can just tell a story of how thinking style stabilized. Then you can find a yeah.
Say a bit more about the notion of erosion. I understand, I think, pretty well what you're saying about stability and the role it's playing in the way in which Hackman develops the account of styles. What is, you gave a metaphor about erosion, but it's less clear to me how this applies or sheds light on the Styles project or the question of reasoning. I was wondering if you could say a bit more about that.
Oh, okay. My understanding of erosion is that maybe we can go back to Laplace. Laplace will think statistic law is just a contemporary plan because we need to find a further explanation why there is statistic law, and he want to find some material things, such as Darwin want to find the germs to explain how the phenomenon already happened. And this kind of thinking style was shaped by Hacking as determinism, because we should find materialists to determine the statistic law. If we can find it, I think this statistical law is unstable or unreliable in Laplace world. But in Pearson's world, we don't need to find that. The statistical itself can explain. And Hacking want to express this process change from Laplace to Pearson is very slow. It's like erosion. It's times and times and times. After many times, I was showing in this slide. They have
Deterministic universe. So, the erosion of determinism over rise of statistics. Okay.
yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you for your question.
Give Ling a hand.
Thank you so much.
All right, last talk of the morning is by Kathryn Petrozzo and Hannah Allen. These are two friends of the center, and we're happy that they have just recently gotten tenure track jobs. So congratulations to Utah and you two. So.
Thank you, John, and thank you to the conference committee. It is an honor to be here. So this talk is a new project that we are endeavoring on together. So in the Q&A too, we're also looking for suggestions, very open to that. So just jumping in, just a quick outline of how this is going to go. We're going to start with a couple of historical examples of phrenology and craniology, then move into how these examples link to present concerns in mechanism reductionism, and then intelligence science today in the nurture-nature debate. And then we'll end on a couple future directions on where we think this project can go. So just a couple objectives for this talk. So where the hacking comes in is we are envisioning this within the aims of hacking's work as being ameliorative in the broader context of integrated history and philosophy of science. So in this project, we're looking to further establish the importance of history in the history of philosophy of science as a forward-looking enterprise, cementing the idea that epistemic concepts exist diachronically. So this quote is from Historical Ontology, where hacking says the logical relations between them were formed in time. They cannot be perceived correctly unless their temporal dimensions are kept in view, talking about different scientific concepts. So again, this kind of overarching idea about in order to reckon with these practices in the present, we need to consider these past, not this division. All right, so the first example is phrenology. So if you have not heard of this, this is a debunked scientific practice of which would assess the size and shape of bumps on an individual's head to deduce an individual's character and abilities, right? So here's a map of what a phrenology exam looks like. And so this reinforced classist, racist, sexist, anti-Semitic stereotypes and has a direct influence and promotion of eugenics. So this was constructed by Franz Joseph Gall. It's an empirical constructed system, right? So at this time, it was considered a legitimate scientific practice, but it's based on these specious grounds. And how this took off was he traveled around Europe with his assistant and research partner, Johann Spurzheim, who helped kind of instantiate this as a legitimate field. So it became particularly popular in psychiatry, and I'll talk about this a little bit later, but just to give an example, this was a guide published in 1902. So again, you know, this kind of lasting impact. This is about 100 years after the creation of this. So the preface from this book is, I quote, "The purpose of this book is to acquaint all with the elements of human nature and enable them to read these elements in all men, women, and children in all countries. At least 50,000 careful examinations have been made to prove the truthfulness of the nature and location of these elements. More than 1 million observations have been made to confirm the examinations. Therefore, it is given the world to be depended upon. Taken in its entirety, it is absolutely reliable. Its facts can be completely demonstrated by all who will take the unprejudiced pains to do so. It is ready for use. It is practical. Use it." So, a few examples from this book. This is an illustration of the organ of destructiveness. So, this will come back up a little bit later, but you can see here this area located in the ear. All of these different characteristics, it speaks volumes for itself. Destructiveness is the center for all those characteristics. Here we have an example of someone who is a positively honest head shape versus someone who has a head that is positively selfish, tricky, and deceitful. Again, this is, remember, reliable. Use this. Last example, just to kind of throw this out here, I tried to pick the more lighthearted ones, but obviously they still also have very serious sexist, anti-Semitic, racist kind of connotations under it. This one is a genuine mother. Here on the left, you can see by the shape of her head, whereas on the other side, we have an unreliable mother. Sorry, what? Slovenliness, so like, you know, lazy, weak, all those kinds of qualities. Yeah, if you'd like, this is a public access book. You can look through it. So I'm now going to turn we're going to kind of jump back and forth. She's going to talk about intelligence science.
Cool. So yeah, another sort of stark example in the past is intelligence science. And I'm going to talk about how moving forward, we're still kind of in an age of intelligence science. It's just a little bit different. So it does bear mentioning, I think, that the science looking into the intelligence of human beings has really early origins. And it also has pretty like blatantly racist and sexist origins as well. So the history of looking into the scientific underpinnings of human intelligence was originally sought to maintain racist values, sort of racist values built into society. And even philosophers like Immanuel Kant are known to and have been criticized for trying to uphold racial rankings. And one of the main ways that this racial ranking was upheld was through skull size and shape. So this is a pretty easy correlation, right? The bigger the brain, the better the brain. This correlation is obviously far too simple to capture what human beings really care about when we're talking about intelligence in the human species. But nonetheless, early intelligence scientists sort of got away with this myth. And in fact, as you might be aware of, Stephen Jay Gould in his Mismeasure of Man goes so far as to say that appeals to reason or to the nature of the universe have been used throughout history to enshrine existing hierarchies as proper and inevitable. The hierarchies rarely endure for more than a few generations, but the arguments refurbished for the next round of social institutions cycle endlessly. And this idea sort of is going to be important for parts 2 and 3 of our presentation. But a little bit more about what Gould did. So Gould was compelled to look at one of these studies in craniology completed by the physician and natural scientist Samuel George Morton in the 1930s. And he used a collection of various skulls from different populations around the world. He sealed up the cracks, filled them with mustard seeds to determine their volume. It turned out that mustard seeds were a little bit too variable in their size for his liking, so he began using lead shot instead. But Gould goes ahead and reproduces these studies. Yeah, so the idea was that the more lead shot that could fit in the skull, the more intelligent the person would have been during their life. And furthermore, that these human specimens were sort of meant to stand as an exemplar for the population that they came from. So in his research, he remeasures the skulls and sort of determines that, you know, Morton was not as objective as he claimed to be. He sort of concludes what he suspected, that you know, instead a variety of social and cultural values had influenced Morton's outcomes, relying on race concepts of the time. So we want to make the case in this presentation that this sort of history that seems a little bit ridiculous now still matters. And while it might be sort of an easy sell to this crowd here, we sort of hope that the examples that we just gave can stand as sort of a starting point for the second part of our presentation. So our goal at Current is sort of to rid ourselves of the notion that there's this stark division between this bad science of yesteryear and current scientific practices. And furthermore, that it's important to, one, neither think of the past as some sort of consecrated Eden that we have polluted, as in the case of, you know, some conceptions of scientific objectivity, as hacking sort of portrays it, at least in some cases, nor to that some sort of Whiggish history exists where science is sort of marching forward toward inevitable progress as the years go on. Instead, no, that's wrong. Instead, we want to suggest alongside hacking that hacking's historical ontology, that epistemic concepts exist diachronically, whether through that's the pursuit of those concepts directly or through their methodologies. And then in what follows, we aim to apply this sort of historical lens to modern applications of neuroscience and intelligence science by first having explored their pasts. And then with this sort of general tenet from Peter Burke's Varieties of Cultural History. He says that although the past does not change, history needs to be rewritten from generation to generation in order for that past to continue to be intelligible to a changing present. And we think that this is important in understanding the history of science, not just now, but it's important to revisit it continuously moving forward.
Great. So first, now thinking about how do we link these threads. So I'm going to first talk about mechanistic and reductionist explanations, particularly in the domain of neuroscience. So I'm particularly concerned with how neuroscience is being applied in legal context to make claims about mental illness, behavioral traits, responsibility through genetic and neuroscientific data. So there's this tendency to have this allure of a simplistic or reductionist or materialistic explanation. Again, I'm kind of conflating these terms, but the main point here is that there's a trend to see that biological explanations, particularly for violent behaviors, can lead to lessened responsibility, increased conceptions that people are less likely to be rehabilitated, and so on. So there's been a lot of research to show that non-experts are enticed by the allure of neuroscience. This paper by Skolnick-Weisberg actually is called The Seductive Allure of Neuroscience. So seeing neuroscientific explanations as attractive, right? These simplistic, even if they're bad or conceptually confused, people are more willing to take them on. And in this realm of what I kind of want to call neurolaw, this application of neuroscience in these confused ways there's a lot of research on this, and it's really hard to condense, but I'm happy to talk more if you're interested. There's been research to find this, skews judges' perceptions of the reliability and objectivity of the data, and has impacted their decision making, as well as neuroscientists themselves, the experts in this domain, grossly underestimate how much it's being applied and warrant severe caution in using this kind of data to make any sorts of assumptions about responsibility, mental illness, violent behaviors, and so on. Okay, so you might be thinking, well, how do we have a debunked science practice? How can we link this with neuroscience? So returning back to our phrenology example. So in 1834, this 9-year-old boy, Major Michel, was brought to trial for violently attacking another kid. His defense attorney, John Neal, sought out the help of Isaac Ray, who's considered the founder of forensic psychiatry. So, kind of the leading psychiatrist in the United States at the time. And he was a big proponent and promoter of phrenology. So he sought him out. This is actually a rendering of the cast that they made of this boy's head. So what they did was they made a cast of his head. They made a cast of a normal 9-year-old boy's head, and claimed that due to an injury he had as a child, as an infant, he had rolled off a chest of drawers and hit his head, and they said he had damage to his organ of destructiveness. So this was eventually discarded, but it marks a really important status in the kind of legal history of allowing these kinds of explanations about brains and kinds of claims about our brains leading to violent behaviors. So I don't want to make I want to be very, very clear here. I'm not saying neuroscience is pseudoscience, nor do I want to instantiate that neuroscience, is an iteration of phrenology. But however, we see the similar kinds of intuitions about brains and behaviors existing in the ways that we are applying and talking about neuroscience today. So from this example here, right, you can see homicide defendant versus normal controls. Again, this is just one kind of example, but just through a few different peer-reviewed studies, as well as the way that these are talked about in more scientific journalism spheres, right? So we have up here on the left, this is a peer-reviewed study about gray matter, criminal brains. There's this, kind of trend about talking about what our brains tell us, right? Criminal brains are different from yours. Over here, it says this is what a normal brain is, and that's a psychopath's brain. Up here, this is the criminal mind, right? So over here, we can see up to 11% smaller activity in these prefrontal cortex and a shrunken amygdala in aggressive teenagers. So again, these kinds of intuitions about these kinds of mechanistic explanations from the brains that, you know, experts themselves are warranting caution against, but not only the ways that they're being discussed and conceptually confused and understood amongst the general population of non-experts, but also the ways that they're getting applied in legal settings. And so these kinds of discussions, like for example, the first use of neuroscience was John Hinckley Jr. case in the 80s. And in that they said, you know, he had organic brain disease and a shrunken brain, but they didn't explicate what that meant. They just kind of used these terms. And so a lot of research has been shown that even just using the word brain scan is going to prime people to think a certain way about the relationship between our brain, biology and chemistry, and violent behaviors, mental illness and responsibility in ways that they shouldn't be.
Okay. Yeah, so this sort of reductionism that Katie is talking about in neuroscience follows its way into intelligence science. And I think there are a couple different manifestations of what might rightly be called intelligence science in contemporary science today. So Simon Baron-Cohen, for one, puts forth this empathizing, systemizing theory that was first published in Science and later in his book, The Essential Difference. And this idea essentially classifies humans along these two different dimensions, most notably stating that while men score higher on the systemizing dimension, women score higher on the empathizing dimension. And of course, this sort of thinking has been critiqued, most notably by a variety of feminist scholars. One of them, Cordelia Fine's work in Delusions of Gender, critiques Baron-Cohen's work in particular, among others. So her work sort of takes on a variety of issues in the science of sex differences in the brain. Among these are the role of fetal testosterone on influencing sex differentiation in the brain and how that translates into behavior, to which she concludes researchers don't actually know for sure what they're measuring, whether they are measuring what they are measuring correlates well with or even at all with the levels of testosterone acting on the fetal brain. So many of the results she's critiquing just uphold sexist ideas that men are inherently more intelligent in a variety of different ways than women. And sort of across a variety of these different domains in psychology and neuroscience, she finds that gender stereotypes are legitimated by pseudoscientific explanations. Suddenly, one is being modern and scientific rather than old-fashioned and sexist. Of course, we've also searched for the source of intelligence in human genetics. Individuals such as the behavioral geneticist Paige Harden refer to the sort of polygenism that contributes to human intelligence as the genetic lottery. And interestingly, Harden acknowledges sort of this fraught history of the science. She goes so far to say that when people hear genes or intelligence, particularly in the United States, they cannot help but hear race. So race data is collected necessarily to attempt to attain this sort of diversity valued in these large genetic studies associating genetic differences with various dimensions of populations. But then racial realists, of course, take these results as sort of upholding racist ideologies, often justifying their pursuit of these questions as just asking questions. But in reality, these associations, these studies have real world consequences. For example, the racially motivated 2022 shooting in Buffalo, New York. The victims of this shooting were targeted as a minoritized racial group in the United States because of the perpetrators' wrong beliefs about relative intelligence rankings based on genomic studies. And behavioral geneticists do tend to recognize the importance of these real-world circumstances invoking the need to be incredibly careful with correlating racial data with so-called intelligence or educational attainment. Paige Harden, for example, states clearly that there's no relationship between race and genetic differences in intelligence. There are, she says, social differences between racial groups in the United States that influence educational outcomes, but they do try to tend to be somewhat careful. And this sort of invokes the second related topic that I wanted to touch on here, the nature-nurture debate. The question of, is it due to our nature that we attain intelligence, something in our genes or our brain, or is it due to social mechanisms? So one of Paige Harden's mentors, Eric Turkheimer, says that it's virtually impossible to disentangle nature from nurture. It's impossible to sort of unwrap the genetic from the environmental. He says it's not that complex. It's not that complex human, that complex, maybe that's the wrong quote. It's not that complex human characteristics are completely independent of genes, but the causal pathways connecting genes to produce the systematic changes in human behavior, never mind the authoritarian control that it would be required to attempt it. Just these myths sort of are perpetuated by the media. This is a recent New York Times article where the author is talking about in twin studies, it's virtually, it's not really possible to, figure out how much the environment plays a part in who we become. And there are good or at least explainable reasons, historical reasons why this sort of hegemony has occurred. In Jim Tabery's new book, he talks about the idea of personalized medicine, healthcare that's tailored to individuals' genetics. That has been sort of just totally overstated for the most part, is extremely costly. And while other methodologies, environmental methodologies, have sort of gone to the wayside in favor of funding these large genetics studies.
Great. So last point, this is where kind of our future looking part of the talk is, right? So just kind of wrapping up. So this is coming from discussions in biological reductionism and, ways of thinking moving beyond it, right? So there's forms of reductionism that are involved in reinforcing feedback loops with other factors such as socioeconomic status, stereotypes, these kinds of things. And so one way to kind of move past this is working on and emphasizing pluralist dimensions, right? There's interfield dependence and interdisciplinary research is another way of kind of making sure that these past threads are still instantiated and conceptualized and understood in the ways that they're cashing out in these present cases. So this involves coordinating diverse epistemic resources, also pulling on Alan Love's work on the problem agenda, that some scientific problems, motivate this not only the research itself, but also providing structure for identifying the requisite intellectual coordination. So who do we need to call on here to make sure that the right voices are being heard and considered in this kind of research? And of course, there's this bigger question and problem too about public outreach and collaboration with scientific journalism. There's great work being done in philosophy of science, public philosophy of science, especially since, as you can see from our two examples, a lot of the concern is coming with this misinterpretation, misrepresentation, miscommunication to the wider audience between the peer-reviewed research. There's problems there in and of itself, but also the way that it's getting communicated and then applied in these other kinds of concerning contexts. And so just to wrap up, what we're trying to really just identify here is there's problematic scientific practices or applications of concepts that in the past were considered maybe legitimate and thus have been discredited. But, we need to reconcile with this problematic past, not just demarcate this as, bad science back then, good practices now, as we demonstrated by these cases of neural law and intelligence science. Moving forward, Just kind of like most calls in philosophy of science, we need better, more thoughtful interdisciplinary collaboration and public outreach. Thank you. Thank you.
And I think I have one I think your paper seems to focus on like the school. So your like modern context and like connection is on neuroscience, which is like a shift from the school to training, which I think if that is going to be your focus, I think you might need to like focus like reconfigure it that like in a way that it's like, oh yes, the brain is the new school or something like that. But also I was thinking a more like permanent 21st century connection is phrenology is still very pertinent, especially on like online spheres. I've noticed it's like become a new thing of like, I don't know, everyone's heard of like transvestigation, where the idea that there's a women's and like there's a difference between men and women's schools, and that like there's a certain bioessentialism to it of like trans women in particular get incarcerated at high rates because they get charged with like sex crimes, because they assume that because they are inherently male that they're prone to they're dangerous, they're a danger to women. So I wonder if you didn't like invoked discussion of transgender issues in your research, because I think there's like a sort of like common science right now because of everyone in the States has like received some sort of like standardized education. There's a belief that like lay people can stake scientific claims because it's like, oh, we all know this science. We all know a woman is this. We all know a man is this. So I think that would be very valuable for your paper if you included that. I'm like personally trained in history and like public local like gay history. So like I've done work on like hate crimes before, and it's like really ugly. But like the sorts of like vitriol I see, it's like ugly. It's a lot of muck, but it is valuable. Like it's a valuable sources to like draw out sort of like conclusions. It's a way of seeing how people weaponize like science in order to harm people, I guess.
Yeah, thank you so much. That's super valuable. The first point I'll make, I should have been a little bit more clear and precise in my language about this, but the correlation between phrenology too is it's not just feeling this goal, it's the correlation to psychological traits and states and mental states, which is then being explicated in this kind of neuro law field of saying, well, we can just look at this instead of feeling your skull and saying, this causes aggression and, violent tendencies because you have a deformity on your skull. Now we're saying, well, we can look at your anterior singular cortex and see that there's 11% increased oxygenation flow to this area. And that means you're more likely to reoffend, you're more likely to be violent, those kinds of things. So, but the second part about the transvestigation is really important, particularly in this craniometry discussion too. As you're saying, this is something where legitimate scientific inferences are being made in some cases, right? Like there's a lot of going on. There was a study about white nationalist hate groups invoking legitimate scientific critiques of like 23andMe and how that correlates. And so relatedly, how people are using these practices still to make justifications in a way that's not okay. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, no, thank you, Ferris. I think that example is really helpful. And I think, one of the things that you said also sort of answers your first question for us, which is like, we're talking about biological essentialism. So you're exactly right there. And we can locate that essentialism in various entities, right? Whether it's the skull or the brain or the genes. So that's exactly the thread that we're tracking. Otherwise I agree with Katie. Yeah.
Okay, well, as the kind of resident biological reductionist apologist. I mean, really, really interesting talk. I'm interested in psychopathy in particular, because, you know, I'll defend essentialism insofar as it can kind of ground.
Sorry, Matt Brown is waving at us.
And actually, at one of the app meetings, one of our philosophy of psychiatry meetings, we had these, I don't know if you were there, but there were these, remember those 2 undergrad students were presenting on psychopathy and genomics, and they're basically making an argument we should be like monitoring these people's kids and get them. But I mean, psychopathy, it's a very interesting kind of phenomenon because you can make pretty reliable predictions about, you know, can they be rehabilitated? Are they likely to reoffend? And the biology is not all done, right? Lots of competing theories about cortical arousal, theories about kind of, you know, just being fearless versus lacking empathy and these kinds of things. And so, like, obviously, I don't think you should make predictions based on that classification, but at the same time, yeah, I mean, this is where reductionism hits something completely different. We shouldn't, like, but I mean, I think you're right, Katie, that this is a kind of trend. This is what's used in courts. So I think there's a delicate balance, right? So I'm trying to think of a better example that we wouldn't intuitively think is wrong in court. So like
maybe like a brain tumor. The brain tumor case is, everyone loves the brain tumor case. Mr. Oft.
Yes.
So sick of that guy. But yeah, I mean,
so where's the line?
No, that's a really good question. I mean, where's the line is something I've been thinking about. And honestly, I think at this point, I'm willing to bite the bullet and say, I mean, again, I'm not committing Hannah to this. This is my off the cuff answer, is that I'm willing to say that we should not use this kind of information to make claims about mental states and responsibility, because we just can't. And I mean, and especially in the examples of psychopathy, you know, even though it's more developed in understanding these things, at least from what I have found, psychopathy is, especially in the more popularized versions, right? Of like, there's the criminal brain, is psychopathy is being used in this very imprecise way to capture a lot of different things. And so even things like, you know, looking at recidivism with violent crimes, it'll say, you know, these people are like psychopaths, and just being used as this buzzy kind of way in the scientific journalism way. But yeah, I mean, the research in psychopathy is interesting, but I just think it's even with that in place, I don't think we should be using it.
I think it's fair in the legal context, or until they have different kind of
and it's and it's going to take a long time to get there, and I think people don't recognize that.
I think one, we need like clearly defined, like, what is psychopathy? What are we looking for? What are the traits we're looking for? Two, I think in most of the genomic studies that I see, they're completed mostly in white populations, white male populations. The biobanks are not diverse enough to replicate these studies in non-European context. And I think that is worth thinking about as well, because when they try and replicate them, it doesn't work. And so we're working with a poor concept from the start, or at least a fuzzy idea going in, and then the science doesn't replicate it. And the third thing I'll say is that, you know, often in these GWAS, I see causal language that isn't, in my opinion, justified. It's an association that they're making. It's not a cause. And people like Paige Harden have talked about causation and tried to distinguish between the thin notion of causation in these GWAS and thick causation. But I don't know. It doesn't line up for me.
Yeah, and it gets tricky in the legal context because all sorts of bogus gets introduced to that event, right?
Yeah, and then that's a whole other can of worms. That's like future stuff I'm just personally thinking about too, about, you know, I mean, that's jurisdictions, all that stuff. There's a hand online.
Yeah.
Well, as former director of privilege, go ahead, Matt.
Okay.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay. I would like to ask you to expand on the role of the history here in the following way. So is the usefulness of the history entirely forward-looking in terms of cautionary tales and understanding sort of problematic things that are sticking around in our contemporary science? Or is there also a reparative obligation in contemporary science that the history uncovers? Is there a justification here for some kind of epistemic reparations, something of that kind? Does the sort of pastness of the wrongs also call for some other kind of intervention?
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't think we can say it's wholly forward-looking. I think the part that I personally wanted to emphasize is that it's important to revisit these cases, even if they seem tired, because with each new sort of generation of historians and philosophers of science, we see a new sort of lens put on these historical cases, and there's a possibility that other details can emerge, other important details that were lost in past examinations of these somewhat standard cases. And I think you're exactly right, Matt, that like there is a reparative obligation there. I think that it becomes really tricky when we talk about what those sort of reparations look like. And essentially what I've come to align myself with is sort of Olufemi Taiwo's idea of reparations that are constructive, forward-looking, don't take the standard form of reparations that are just monetary and kind of lame, honestly, but seek to have a better world for the greatest diversity of people possible. So in that way, that's kind of why I was invoking the forward-lookingness, because I think it is a reparative, constructive process.
What she said. Thank you, Matt.
Thank you, Matt.
Oh.
Ron, Shrika, Paul.
Thank you for the talk. I'm really interested in these issues for a while. When I was on the job market a long time ago, someone said to me the following joke, which I found really illuminating, sort of a joke. He said, to be a good liberal in the United States is to think that homosexuality is entirely biologically determined and gender is entirely socially constructed. And I found that illuminating because I realized in some way we're already all involved as folk in talking about the natures of things as a way of negotiating questions about responsibility, as a way of negotiating things about what we think people should and shouldn't be held accountable for. Anyway, so one thing I get a little nervous about is when I see a talk and I feel like the implication is that the science completely vindicates my liberal preconceptions about the way I want the world to be.
Okay.
And I feel like there was a number of strands in the talk that you gave, and one of them definitely wasn't that. It was the science is really complex, it's incomplete and fuzzy, and it's easy for it to be misused either by the courts or in the public press. And then there was another strand, which I felt maybe was a bit more like that.
Yeah.
That all this stuff about gender difference or race difference or any other kind of difference, the psychopath difference, is all gonna just turn out to be pseudoscience. I guess in the latter case, I think probably that we don't really know that yet. In some of the cases, that conceding that there's been a lot of mistakes made, in some cases bad science, in some cases just wrong science. So anyway, I just wonder how you guys think about negotiating that issue.
Yeah, I mean, just for me, maybe I'm just kind of invoking my answer to John too, a little bit in something I need to be more clear about. And again, trying to compress this all, but, being clear and precise about saying, we don't know these things yet, but we could uncover these things, right? The science is continuing to learn and work on these issues, but where we're at now, the applications of it just aren't justified to be, considering we just don't know enough to be making these kinds of claims. But
yeah, I mean, I think it's definitely worth thinking about, and it's not. We didn't want to come across as anti-science for sure, and I think that that's a danger of this talk. But I also think that it's really important to emphasize that it's difficult to pull apart environmental and biological causes. That's like kind of the main takeaway. And if we're even able to do that, I just don't have faith that we really will be. I think that's been the aspirational promise of genetics for decades. And I don't think it's possible to pull them apart, because I mean, as you said, like even these socially constructed dimensions of our personhood have biological repercussions. Like we see, stress from racism affecting the biology and epigenetics moving forward. I think it's just so difficult to intertwine, but it's definitely a concern that I think we share. And thank you for bringing it up again.
Quickly throwaway comment, but like to Matt and Ron's kind of points, I think one way you could refashion the history is history of the kind of authority of science, right? This is really what in the chronology quote to really get that. And I think you've actually demonstrated quite clearly, like even the fact that they're taking this very seriously in courts. I mean, that's demonstrating something like the image of science.
Rihanna's gonna throw on, okay.
So actually, just tying it back to the teaching, I teach on the Kaufman case.
Yeah.
And part of what we're doing there is thinking about what would it even mean to do good science on these kind of questions? And
Totally.
like, I think the historical cases are really instructive on how hard that is, because many of the concepts that I'm using, even to frame the question, are deeply embedded with like racist and things like that as well. So I think that's also another way to think about the framing of history.
Awesome. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, like one more thing to kind of add along a similar line, and I'm gonna express what Ron said. Like the kind of concern about like, these seem to be all different kinds of examples. I mean, like some are maybe pre-scientific, some are like pure evil science. But like, I mean, eugenics kind of started with science and like rails, and now you have gene editing and like so. But like hacking, when he talks about like multiple personalities and so on, he talks a lot about like media sensationalism. And I think some of the examples that you show, like, the brain image, right? That's, I think, very sensationalistic, weird media news thing where, I get like, I don't know, I've seen news about like how like neuroscientists like discovered the Alzheimer's like gene or whatever, and then you realize that it's on zebrafish memory, like they were studying, zebrafish, like so and scientists themselves maybe might make those kinds of claims to get the grants that they are applying for, like or like curing Alzheimer's or whatever, but actual science actually doesn't really try to do that. And I think there's a distinction between that and just showing this like brain image at the court. And as you were, so I think like maybe one way to, narrow down your examples might be like that distinction, like, not include these sensationalistic things, but like include examples that maybe demonstrate a research program. And during your talk, I kept thinking about, have you read Ken Shatner and Ken Candler's articles on the dopamine hypothesis of schizophrenia? They basically, and there are two papers, and they kind of wrote these two papers like 10 years apart or whatever, because they revisited the science of dopamine hypothesis of schizophrenia. What they do is they like focus on this case as a case study, like here's what the dopamine hypothesis of schizophrenia is, and they evaluate that research program by using lenses of different philosophers of science, like is a generative research program, is it pseudoscience, like there's a demarcation criteria. And I really like that kind of methodology that they use in that paper. And I was thinking, as you're kind of presenting, like maybe take one or two of these examples as representatives of this kind of trend and just go real deep into, like, okay, what is going on as part of the larger research program? And I think, I don't know much about your work, Hannah, but like I know from Katie's work that like she has multiple different examples in the kind of court. So maybe you can kind of, bring them together and see if there's a thread there.
Great.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
There's two questions. One is, a few years ago, Longino published a nice book looking at biological, frame biological theories of behavior.
Yeah.
Basically, concluded, you don't get much mileage.
Yeah.
From these. And so do you think, I just wanted to understand better how you see, whether you see your work as kind of a continuation or an updating of what Longino did, or how it intersects with that type of work. And the more general question, dare I say philosophical, goes back to the point that Ron raised, which I thought was critical. But it goes to the question of responsibility, right? The more you focus on the biology, the more you're focusing on the notion that the responsibility for being that type of person is, as it were, something about you as the individual that's, through no fault of your own or whatever, is set you on a certain path, as opposed to looking at, social opportunities and social determinant of behavior. And I guess my worry, or what I'd like to hear more what you're thinking about, is to even buy into, even critiquing the science leaves untouched the assumption that the core problem rests with somehow how the individual is constructed, as opposed to, so a parallel here, and then I promise I'll stop twice, right, is you look at discussions of ADHD, right? And it very quickly becomes apparent, you can just, people are happy to dope classes up. I mean, I still remember to this day, my daughter's second grade teacher said, this was a rather affluent suburb in St. Louis, 50% of the kids were on some sort of medication.
Yeah.
Right. It's like, my God, as opposed to looking at all the strategies that have come out in the literature about redesigning classrooms or curriculum or breaking up the day so kids don't get so crazy. Right. At any rate, so this question about, the more you argue just about the science, and I don't want to take away from the legitimacy of the critiques, you're still not raising the question of how are we as a society looking to assign responsibility or causal etiology for certain forms of behavior.
Yeah, I'll answer your first question about Longino, because I thought about this when we were writing the presentation. I think there are a whole community of feminist philosophers of science that that have done work really similar to this, that we did sort of partition off in favor of the hacking flavor situation. But I see our work in conversation with a lot of those individuals, Longino included, and with the hope that it's continuing the part of the project she started in the human behavior book. So yeah, that was definitely a blind spot. Agreed.
I can take on the responsibility.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, and then the responsibility stuff, this is a lot of what I'm working on personally too, and thinking about this relationship. It's a double-edged sword kind of phenomenon that we're seeing, right, of trying to learn more about these mechanisms, and but then these also the ramifications of this socially about our lay understanding and conceptions, and then how this is playing out in a lot of different fields, right, about especially when thinking about mental illness, right? And saying, well, if we're having these biological or neurobiological or genetic explanations that are becoming popular, right? This common, like, it's all in chemical imbalance, whatever the hell that means. But it's partitioning off, it's saying, well, then we should hold you less responsible, right? You couldn't help yourself, you couldn't do it. But then it's also going to depend on the diagnosis, right? If you have a diagnosis of anxiety versus schizophrenia, how much responsibility people are willing to attribute between these. And so, I'm also thinking about that as well as that's going on here too. And so that's why I kind of brought up those biologized explanations about violence and aggression, and particularly in relation to mental illness, have these double-edged sword effects on perceptions about personal responsibility, which are then having impacts on sentencing, on views of rehabilitation. Can people genuinely be rehabilitated if it's just their brain, right? So all these kinds of things are also going on in the background there too. And so, trying to figure out how to reconcile that in this project too is part of this. But thank you for bringing that up, because that's something we need to also think about.
Continue this conversation.
Yeah.
The lunch, thank.
Sorry.
Just missing Rihanna.
Weird.
All right, I think we should start our afternoon session. So we're going to start out with Matteo Vagelli coming overseas. Obviously, appreciate having you here. He's going to talk about hacking and the Stanford School of Pluralism.
Hi, thank you, John. Thank you for organizing this. To me, really, being in a hacking conference is feels like Disneyland, really. So I'm very excited. So I've been going to the archives. Hacking archives exist since 2017, and I'm going to show some of the things that I found there. But there's some work to be done. There are letters that are unfinished and unpublished manuscripts. And so sometimes I like to do archival work, and I find it very interesting to work on Hacking's archives. This is a little piece of a typescript that he wrote in the early 90s. It's not dated, and he talks about Bruna, and he's talking about the unity of the self, so not really philosophy of science there. But I found that passage, that line really interesting. One always wonders how plural a professed pluralist really is, and it is striked, but that's really the question that I would like to raise with respect to hacking, because pluralism is really the philosophical topic I'm trying to work on. I'm trying to come to grasp what is scientific pluralism, how can one be a scientific pluralist, and what good is scientific pluralism. Just to tell you where this is coming from, I met Ian late in his life. It was through my former advisor, Arnold Davidson, and it was on the occasion of a HOPOS conference in Halifax, which is also the place I got to know John. And this got me started with the idea of having a longer conversation with Ian, a longer conversation that happened at several times in different places, in Paris, and then at Toronto, right next to his house. And this eventually became an interview that I published in 2014. Then I translated some of his stuff. These are the Taiwan lectures that were mentioned before that I published in Italian, 2017. I did a special issue. It's open access. It's published. It's in English. More importantly, it came out in 2021. French volume where I translated some of the highlights, the most important papers by hacking on different subjects, and it's close to the idea of a French hacking reader. And this is a book that I published last year. Is more globally about historical epistemology, but you can tell from the size of the chapters that really what historical epistemology is about for me is Foucault and hacking. The longest chapter is chapter 7 on Foucault, and chapter 8, kind of the final chapter, is about hacking. And thanks to UTD, you can download it for free from the book webpage. And as it has already been mentioned, this special issue of the Mallon is forthcoming. This is not the actual cover of the issue, but it's something I'm doing, and I'm very glad to be doing with Paul, also featuring papers by John and many others. So I look forward to the publication of this special issue. Okay, so 3 parts of the talk. First is the idea of there being a pluralist turn in HPS. Very briefly, in the second part, I will try to focus on the so-called Stanford School in philosophy of science, and I will try then to read Hacking's proposal or some of Hacking's ideas against the background of the so-called Stanford School in philosophy of science. And last part of the question, I will raise the question: how pluralist are Hacking's styles of scientific reasoning? So the pluralist turn to start with. So post-positivist philosophy of science, second half of the 20th century, is characterized, according to many, by 3 interrelated turns. They are the historical turn, a practice turn or practical turn, and a pluralist turn. This latter turn emphasized the disunity of the sciences in terms of both methods, results, and developed as a response to the philosophical program for the unification of science, spreading out of the Vienna Circle. So different images of what science looks like were developed, and in this framework, moving from the idea of science being a sort of pyramid, very hierarchically structured, to the idea of an orchestra, of a quilt, or a broken mirror. So what you have really, as it has been already pointed out, is a plurality of turns, not just one, because science was pluralized or shown to be plural on many levels. So you have ontological, epistemological, methodological, experimental, axiological forms of pluralism, only to mention a few. Many people are agreeing that one of the sparkles of this movement was Patrick Supper's manifesto in 1978, where he was advocating for philosophy of science to become more pluralistic and reflect, therefore, the disunity of the sciences. And these are 3 examples, 2 of which come out of the Stanford School. One is Nancy Cartwright, The Dappled Word, and the second is John Dupré, The Disorder of Things. And then you have Michel, you have the collective work, Scientific Pluralism, when Ellen Longino's and others' work is represented. You have Philip Kitcher and Stephanie Ruffy, more recently, Scientific Pluralism Reconsidered. So the idea that I've been trying to emphasize, but it has been already highlighted in the literature, is the idea that really all these pluralist understandings of science, they sometimes talk past to each other, or they really, at very least, don't reach a very consensus, of what science look like in this pluralist outlook. And there's a tension in particular between what could be called modest or radical approaches. Sometimes this distinction maps onto another distinction between more empirical approach to plurality versus more normative and philosophically oriented approach to not so much plurality, but pluralism as philosophical approaches. And there's a risk and there's a problem in this tension, in the fact that the modest approaches to some extent risk to fall back into some, or at least are leaves room and space for some form of monism. because, for instance, they might see the plurality of the methods and of the results in science as maybe temporary, something contingent that in the end might be eliminated. The radical approaches, on the other hand, they tend to underscore the relativist and constructivist claims that may ultimately undermine science and its claims to objectivity and progressiveness. So I tend to see a tension there. So here, as a token of this more empirically, or if you want, modest oriented, I don't think they would use the term modest to qualify their position, Keller, Longino, and others. But this is what I have in mind when I think of an empirically motivated approach to pluralism that I tend to see in stark contrast with the proposal of someone like Hasok Chang, who really has this idea of interactive pluralism as the attempt of reaping benefits from the productive interactions between different systems of practice. So an attempt at going beyond the simple tolerance of different systems of inquiry and looking for the rather for the interactions, the cooperations, and fruitful cooperation between systems of knowledge. Okay, Stanford School. So Stanford School is a very interesting object for the historian of the philosophy of science, because it is an object that everybody, well, it's kind of widespread, but also very controversial. People don't agree about the existence of such a school. For someone who wants to do work in the history of philosophy of science, it is an interesting question. How do you deal with it? So there was a conference in 2013 taking place in Stanford, many speakers invited, and they were divided between the Stanford School core members. This is not my own categorizing. It was so in the program of the conference. And there you had people like Cartwright, Dupré, Gallison, Soppes, and then you have parallel philosophers like Philip Kitcher, Longino, so people not really belonging to the Stanford School, but somehow in communication with work done there. And then you also have the next generations with people like Jordi Kat, Hasok Chang. There are some that are in blue because those are the ones that I'm going to talk about, although very briefly. This is some recollections by Denis Dechaine, who really has this minimal recollection of what the Stanford School was really about. It was more of a style characterized by close attention to scientific practice, a certain treatment of cases like historical specific cases, and a tendency not to cast the inquiry in the mode of standard topics like the nature of explanation or confirmation theory. But one may look also to landmark publications like this one. This came out in 1996, The Disunity of Science, a book edited by Gallison and Stump. Say it again? Okay.
Is it up?
So slides were not moving or were not showing. Or...
Were they not showing for the whole thing? You can see it? Is it not showing up there? What's going on? All right, now, are you seeing the disunity of science? Yeah, that's not what I want. Yeah.
Okay, so the book came out in 1996, if I'm not mistaken, 95, 96, I'm not sure. And edited by Gallison, and you'll see many of the people that I mentioned before. It's a sort of book coming out of the Stanford School, and the topic is the disunity of science. So a really quick run through the some of the main ideas expressed in this context. You of course have one of the most long-running member of the Stanford School who was there since the early 70s is Nancy Cartwright. So she has this idea of a doublet word, a word in which I read her writing that adopted word is one in which different things with different natures behaving in different ways. The laws that describe this word are a patchwork, not a pyramid. You also have someone like Arnold Davidson, who was assistant professor there, associate professor, sorry, and he was hired when hacking was still in Stanford, and in his works and even in the text that he contributed to the volume that we just saw, the Disunity of Science book, he was talking about two styles in psychiatry: a psychiatric style of reasoning composed of like a network of different concepts like sexuality, instinct, function, and perversion, enabling the emergence of some propositions, some true-false propositions, and making some other propositions like nonsensical, and versus another emerging style of reasoning, which is the anatomical style of reasoning, where the hinges of the conceptual network changed. They are the notion of sex, organ, structure, anatomical defect. And you have John Dupre and his idea of promiscuous realism, the idea that there are many equally legitimate ways of dividing the word into kinds. Peter Gallison and his idea of trading zone. Peter remained at Stanford for about 10 years before moving on to Harvard. And trading zone is really the idea that there are overlaps between locally negotiated interactions between scientific subcultures that don't require a global consensus or unified science. And then you have someone belonging to the next generation, as it was categorized in the poster from the conference we saw before, Ha-Seok Chang, who was a student of Gallison. He got a student of Gallison when he got to Stanford, and he has this idea that I already recalled of epistemic pluralism as the cultivation, so the active promotion, not just the tolerance or the acknowledgement, but the active cultivation of multiple systems of practice in any given field of science. So what I'm trying to do, but I'm not there yet, I'm trying to think whether the tension that I just highlighted before, the one between modest and radical approaches to pluralism, can somehow latch onto this range of people. Their positions are clearly different. They span from more ontological approaches to pluralism, like the one by John Dupre or Cartwright, to more epistemological approaches like Davidson, for instance. And Davidson's idea of styles of reasoning in the history of psychiatry, of course, owes a lot to Hacking's own idea of styles of reasoning, to which we will now turn to. These are two you say clippings? Clippings from newspaper. This is the Sunday Star. I guess it is a Canadian, maybe Toronto local newspaper. So reporting the news of this famous Canadian philosopher being elected at the Collège de France as the first known, I think, first Anglophone philosopher who ever got a chair at the Collège de France. And he thought, therefore he went to Paris. And I like that. Of course, when I in the interview I mentioned before, I asked Ian about his association to the Stanford School. This is the answer, pretty much in line with the answer that I got to all my other questions. So I was asking about this association, and he was like, that seems to have started with Wikipedia. There were only two people from the so-called Stanford School of Philosophy of Science when I was there. There was the wonderful and eternal Patrick Suppes, whom Wikipedia did not use to mention. There was Nancy Cartwright, to whom I was married. All the other people sometimes connected to the school, like Dupre and Gallison, came to Stanford after I left. My connection to this school is something that was created by someone in Wikipedia, and that it is something I do not recognize myself with. I do think that Suppes did create an environment in which it was possible for people to do whatever they wanted, etc. And he goes on saying that really in his Stanford years, he was really having a dialogue and an interaction with scientists more than philosophers in the department. So he's really kind of dismissive about this idea. But nevertheless, he appears in this Unity volume edited by Gallison. He has a piece. He has the front seat in that book, which is telling because it is like, you know, he's at the margin. So it could be like a founding figure, or it could be like the outsider. And he opens with this other very Hacking-esque paper of his, where he basically talks about how one should question the idea of disunity itself. It should pluralize it. There are many pluralisms or disunities, as there are different senses or levels of unities that one should be concerned about. And he distinguishes between harmony and singleness, harmony being a good sense of unity and singleness being like a detrimental sense of pursuit of unity. Harmony can mean bringing different domains of inquiry into collaborative proximity, but sometimes people can, or philosophers can, strive for looked for singleness, which is the idea of subsuming all phenomena under a single law or language. Unification can be pursued at three different levels, and all these three levels correspond to three corresponding ways of pursuing pluralism and disunity, right? So they can be mirrored. One way of pursuing unification is metaphysical, and it is the idea that there's only one scientific world, one reality, one truth. One sense of unification is practical, and it is the idea that it is possible to establish a link among phenomena thanks to the interconnection among different kinds of forces. We might come back to this idea. And then a methodological sense of unity, and therefore also a methodological sense of plurality, which is the belief or the non-belief in the existence of one standard of reason that should be applied across time and disciplines. So 82, Hacking moves to Germany. He goes to Bielefeld, and he works in the Bielefeld group on probability, together with Dustin and Theodore Porter and lots of other people working on probability, a group put together by Lawrence Kruger. And this is a book note, a very thick book note with all the notes Hacking took 82, 83, with all talks on statistics and probability. And at some point towards the end of this notebook, there's a little note at the top of a page. But now I want to turn to style. And there are a few names listed down. There's Crombie, there's Fleck. And I don't know if this can be exactly dated in 83, because of course that notebook might, Ian might have used that notebook even in later years, but I thought it curious because 82 is the years in the year in which his first paper on styles appears, the Language, Truth, and Reason paper. So these are the publications that he dedicated to style, and here is a manuscript for a monograph, a book on styles of reasoning that he never published, that he had in the making for years. He refers to this book in the making in talks and in publications, but he never eventually published this. There are several versions of a table of contents, the one that gets repeated the most, contains 7 chapters, and I found at least 9 of these 17 chapters fully written out, and they don't really just repeat the things that appear in the published essays, but they add something new. Okay, you all know about this, so since I don't want to take too much time, I think I can skip a description of what hacking styles of reasoning are. There's this list that he draws from Crombie that for some time he thinks could be expanded, and few other styles could be added. Philosophically, styles are interesting for hacking because they introduce or are meant to introduce new kinds of objects, new kinds of propositions, new kinds of laws, new kinds of explanations. And they also need to introduce or establish self-stabilization mechanism or techniques. Okay, so as I said before, I try to trace this idea of new kinds of propositions, new true-false propositions emerging with a style of reasoning. I try to trace it back to Foucault and to the idea of positivity that is present in Foucault's early writing from the 60s. And this is a passage from the manuscript where he claims that Foucault was in part concerned with what creates and fixes a ranges of positivity of sentences that are up for grabs as true or false. And then Foucault talks about the introduction of objects, explanations, laws, possibilities. So basically this list kind of mirrors the list of the novelties, the new items introduced by a style of reasoning. To a large extent, Hacking concludes, I have patterned my notion of styles of reasoning of what I learned from Foucault. And it's interesting, and one who reads the manuscript is like, turns the page and like, okay, Épistémè. Here follows a discussion of the relation between the doctrine of styles and the theory of Foucault's archaeology of knowledge. And then nothing but a blank page follows. So, this is the joy of archival research. But we are here to fill that page in. Not today, though. Yeah, I want to refer to this idea that Hacking in some way wanted to link styles to a certain pluralistic account of science, but to me, it's not exactly clear and what kind of species of pluralism are styles of reasoning instantiating. So these are general claims by Hacking, where he claims that our overall interest in truth and reason are best served by letting other styles of reasoning flourish, so not to be too restrictive or intolerant towards other ways of reasoning. There's a disparate phenomenon, there's a real phenomenon of disparate ways of thinking, and he gives some example from Renaissance forms of thinking, and he even argues that you can learn past or dead or abandoned styles of thinking. So in that sense, I think he really wishes style to open up what science is and to use it as a plural or a tool to pluralize science. But I raise a more fundamental concern because in the end, styles of reasoning might be thought of as another form of patchwork pluralism. So you think of, one style sitting next to the other, emerging historically right next to the previous one, and what is that if not a form of patchwork pluralism, or not so much what Cartwright has in mind, but the idea of a discipline-based pluralism where biology does its thing, chemistry does its thing, physics does its thing. We all agree about this. Is this pluralism, or is it just a plurality, which is a different thing? It's just a diversity of science, and so the idea that you should really talk about science in the plural, but is that a pluralist approach? And then another philosophical problem I have is that sometimes styles are described by Hacking as rather self-enclosed entities, although he wants them to be collaborative. So he even argues that every scientist in a modern lab has to be at home with more than one style of reasoning, potentially with many, and if not all with them. So styles are not incommensurable Kuhnian paradigms. They are not incompatible worldviews. They are like tools in a box, in a toolbox. You need to be able to use more than one tool to do your research in any given field. But if every style, as he also says, introduces the objects that that the style produces true or false propositions about, how can really two different styles talk about the same thing or collaborate about the same research object? And then another troubling aspect is the fact that he, especially in the later writings, he tries to ground the styles of reason. First of all, he tries to close the list to 6 styles, so not an open-ended list, but there are only 6 styles, and they are cognitively based. So there are models in our brain that are innate and they evolved with the evolution of our species, and so we have a model in our brain to sort out things in the way we do sort out things. So that is the precondition for the taxonomical style of reasoning to emerge, and so on and so forth. How is that a philosophically coherent pluralistic view? I'm about to conclude. This is 2 instances of how people have tried to use hacking styles of reasoning in a pluralist proposal in philosophy of science. So you have Rufy, who talked about foliated pluralism. So this idea that you have entities like astronomical objects, they have been there forever. They have been probably the object of common ordinary experience. But then you have all these astronomical theories, and they each add some layers of qualifications to that object. So the object is not really the same anymore, is foliated. So it has layers of qualifications. So it is ontologically enriched. You have the idea of methodological pluralism. And I think, but this is work to be done, that the most interesting way of making use of hacking styles for a plural philosophy of science is this idea of you know, when you have 2 participants in the same style of reasoning, so 2 people that are using the same style of reasoning, this doesn't mean that they will eventually come up with the same true or false statements. They might well disagree about something. So I think here hacking leaves space for what Feyerabend would call theoretical pluralism, and that is one of the strongest sense of pluralism that I would like hacking to be more explicit about. And of course, you also have the idea of experimental pluralism. So the idea that comes to the fore in representing and intervening, when he tries to argue that sometimes you wonder whether a postulated entities, an inferred entity really exists. Well, the best way, one of the best ways you have to show whether or to have the evidence about whether one such entity exists or not is where you try to cross-confirm the existence of such a theoretical entities using different techniques, for instance, or different laws from different disciplines. And so when you have this kind of intersections in the lab, this is what you are getting, and a philosophically rich sense of a pluralist outlook on science. So sorry, but that was a very rushed conclusion. These are my references, and I thank you very much for the attention. Can you specify better? I mean, levels, what do you mean by levels or types? Did I talk about? Probably I did, and I
just the Catholic school lobby, the Gaussian stuff.
okay.
I think what it says is
Here,
This one? Or no, that's.
right now.
What are you talking about, unification of different levels?
Levels and types of. So there's the idea of different levels here, or types, levels or types. Well, okay, maybe yeah, interesting. So I think I see your point now. Yeah, but please go ahead. You would like to. Right. So if I now see what you mean, I tend to use types or in the horizontal, or like in the continuum that I'm trying to account of different instances of pluralism, from the more modest to the more radical. That I talk of types or instances. And then levels, of course, you could use this matrix and apply it to the different levels about which one can be plural or pluralist about. So you can be a modest pluralist about metaphysics, or you could be a radical pluralist about practices. I think you can play with that. I haven't, but I think it could be more like fine-grained in this way, refined this way.
Interested in leveling them to make it more of a specified concept.
Right. So I think this is precisely what I'm trying to do. I know that I am still in the early phases of that. But it really a category. I mean, a topology, a taxonomy of forms of pluralism, at both in the horizontal different types, ranging from more moderate to more radical, and at the different levels, is something that I should be more precisely working on, because it's something that would be very helpful for me to have. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, for unification, you could add theoretical, and you could add axiological or values, right? So logical doing values, Roth is doing theories. Stanford School people, they're typically interested in the metaphysical, right? Dupre, Harvard, you might say epistemic, something like that. To this kind of modest radical pluralism issue that you brought up. I mean, I think Ian's kind of right? There's some kind of artificiality about this whole idea of the Stanford School. It's referred to Stanford School of Pluralism or philosophy of science. And I mean, there's some reality to it too, right? But Ian's always been kind of resistant to being put on these teams, right? Stanford School, I mean, and historical epistemology, right? It's just like, I don't like that. Historical ontology. So with the modest, I think all the Stanford School people are kind of pretty modest pluralists. I mean, it's really just unity that ties them together. And curiously enough, in the Gallison Stump volume in Ian's contribution, he actually argues that, well, unity is actually not a bad thing, right? Unification. He gives a modest kind of defensive unification, which I think is the right philosophical move to make there. So I think disunity. So there's a question. I mean, I thought about this too, because I'm like, oh yes, the Stanford School of Pluralism. But I'm like, well, there's only really Dupre who's a real pluralist, right? Cartwright's Ceteris Paribus. Stupe's some general call for pluralism. It's really like people like Longino bringing it up, the Minnesota School, right? So I think for that modest radical one, I would say they're all modest. Maybe Dupre's a bit more radical. I'm not going to pick any of them. Dupre's kind of this realism that starts to get pretty, especially at the ontological level. So I'll just.
Yeah, I'm happy to react, but I'm also willing to.
So
I don't know who was first, but there was. Am I moderating? If I'm moderating, then I think your hand was.
Go ahead.
Above.
Paul's very.
Sorry, Paul.
I always think they're funny.
Three things. First, congratulations on translating and managing to translate Kathryn. That's like amazing. I've translated one article by him to Turkish, and I hated both Turkish and English and philosophy. So that, that's just really amazing. Congratulations. Two, I really like your, this talk, because I was actually rereading the Discerning of Science piece, and like how he just goes back and forth between talking about the unity of the self and then unities or disunities of science. And I really like how you structured, how you grouped like unities or pluralisms in the way that he talks about the unity or non-unity of the self and the plural and everything. So those are both, comments. Third, as you were talking about Stanford School, I kept thinking about the Vienna Circle and the logical positivism. And I think that's like that might be an interesting example to kind of compare with Stanford School, because in some sense, they were all like very pluralistic. Everybody was doing a different kind of science, right? But there was an economist and mathematician, philosophers, and whatever. And they were talking a lot with each other. And everybody was kind of doing their own thing, but then they also like sat down and, I don't know, arrived at like some underlying kind of characteristics of like what logical positivism might amount to, which is very different from what happened in Stanford School, right? I mean, that's why I think Maggie is like, what school or whatever.
Put me in this box.
Yeah, exactly. And so I think that might be an interesting, or I don't know if you thought about that or.
Yeah, probably very quickly on that. It just came to mind that Cartwright, Jordi Cat, and Hazok Chang co-authored a piece in that Disunity volume on Otto Neurath, which of course is very well known. I mean, it's that he was the more probably pluralist, open to society and history of the Vienna Circle people. But there are historical views in the Vienna Circle to be discussed and to be better addressed by scholarship who tend to neglect, perhaps myself at times also, tend to neglect and dismiss those views as only monistic or only ahistorical. I mean, so it is a very interesting comparative object with the Stanford School, I think. So, yeah.
Or like a circle, the concentric circle was
Mhm.
And they actually disagreed about a lot of the substantive philosophical issues. And so I think that would be an interesting point of comparison with the Stanford School, like how much the political forces are shaping.
Yeah.
Like unify them.
Like Angela Potocnik's like new book on public science actually talks a little bit about how they were all involved in kind of the like political world and social structure and like the public in general because they were very politically engaged. But yes.
Yeah, and George Weiss, he's got a book. He's got a book arguing that like all the kind of things that unified them basically against Nazism in the 30s. All their kind of social ambitions of logical empiricism, they were squashed by the Cold War. And there were FBI agents.
Like this.
Yeah. We're seeing this is all being.
Well, yeah, I was exactly wondering about that. I don't think that there's a in that case, I don't think there's a political pendant for the Stanford School, except for this idea of this cultural fact that, as Gallison notes, the axis unity-disunity has come to polarize around the turn, I mean, in the mid-20th century, around opposite ideas, as it was polarized around before. So in the later part of the century, it polarized around the ideas of cultural autonomy in opposition to forces of homogenization, hierarchy, and domination. So basically, in order to be, I mean, tolerant, you had to be pluralist, but it was exactly the other way around for the Vienna Circle people. So.
Yeah, quickly, we're at the coffee break, but overseeing.
Your question is good. There was the political agenda. Alan Richardson has a brilliant essay in logical positivism in North America, the volume it's with Reich, where what's driving the unity of method thesis, certainly it's in part a response to political conditions, but it's also an it's growing out of, the roots of analytic philosophy, the idea that there's a politically neutral language, and that was actually the political point that we, you want to know if there's climate change, you want to know if smoking causes cancer, that scientists can say yay or nay, and then the policymakers can bang heads about what you do about this. But the idea was the unity of science was to present a neutral language in which the truth about the world, or our best epistemic access to the world, but I mean I use the word truth, could be presented. Ian, I think, is being more than a little disingenuous in denying to you, about the Stanford school. Yeah, of course, what he says is factually correct, but right, I mean, I lived through this. I'll go full curmudgeon here. Right, the sea change that occurs in philosophy of science, right, which is itself a relatively recent, right? It's a mid 20th century or creation as a recognized subdiscipline is between standing, the positivist view is science is theory driven. That's what makes the uniform language possible. It's a language of logic, right? Carnapian program. What the change that Ian and the other people you started with affected on the landscape, this unity is, Ian says, we have to pay attention to what's going on in the laboratory. This is what's kind of driving, right? And this is kind of in the wake of Kuhn. This is in the wake of the idea that, look, the theories really aren't, theory change isn't really telling us what's driving science. What's driving science is being able to stabilize phenomena and manipulate things and so forth. And this is why representing and intervening, I think, was such a powerfully influential book. And the school, in quotes, right? People in the Vienna Circle, some of them lived in Prague, some of them lived in Berlin, right? They didn't have to be in immediate physical proximity. It was the idea of how do you explain the success of science, right? This is sort of the philosophical holy grail that people are chasing. And I think, in talking about the Stanford School, you're talking about those thinkers who really pushed philosophy of science as a philosophical area in a direction that it continues to go. And this creates, in part, the science, the culture wars, the battles between the sociology of science and everything else. You're right. But I think, all right.
Let's first of all, why don't we take a break till I think what time is it?
It's 2.
Why don't we go until 2:15, we'll reconvene, so Ron has some time to kind of prep, and yeah, let's give Matteo a hand.
There was a question there, Matteo, but
yeah.
You just have all the time now.
Put a question mark on this.
Things that get me so excited.
I love it. I love it.
It was the rage later that week.
Yes, I did. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Those people are also very good.
I know that. I really think about myself. But anyway, appreciate it.
Yeah.
But I
You know, just.
but yeah, but it's really. To improve.
This.
Big inspiration.
You know, saying, so. I know, but I kind of, I think it's just good. I've been going back and forth in place. Yeah, it's legit. I can figure out how it's potential areas that can figure out like are so we're going to block it. Yeah, very. Oh. Real good.
Yeah. Okay, let's be in touch.
I'm gone. I don't know if you really want one. Oh, I think going to the end of round. Thank you.
Yeah.
They don't want to be anything with volunteers, technically. Because like, oh.
All I know is what he answered, that he never, sorry, that he never got involved in any politics, only there was that picture of him and protesting. No, was it, was again, atomic.
On this side.
It was an odd.
Yeah, I want to grab one.
His website.
You're trying to find reasons not to get that vibe. No, like, I'm just like,
But he was very.
I should not be smashed up. No, yeah.
Alright, that's the only, no,
John.
event I've ever attended. So much good.
I was trying to help, but I avoided it.
I don't know, being
Like intellectual.
downplaying, maybe, but I have no other evidence than that.
My syllabus
I made my
and
quite late.
an article that's just like general. Dilemmas. I just sent it to my Gmail, just, I don't know if you're listening to this, but, but yeah, I'm gonna be teaching it down. Yeah, let me know.
And I'm also.
I don't have any evidence of him being
I
involved in playing.
have.
Yeah, he was,
Oh, that'd be great.
Yeah.
Because
I think,
the last one I started, I did a little bit of that at the beginning of the semester, which I'm really talking about like the history
he
of
wasn't overtly,
photographing.
but no, he would say things
You know,
or,
it's just at the
yeah,
beginning, like,
Oh.
one shot at Benjamin, but that all started as like.
but needs to
the
believe
highest
that,
grade
we take him.
profile originals, and then you have a couple
Black.
others, that would be great.
Political, certainly you can infer that to things that, homosexuality and the general sympathy to, certain people like rationality.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say, be clear, track analysis. Politics, but that when I had an altitude, 3 years running, about 2006, 2011, I had my invitation, I was chair at UCSC, and, he was very friendly with Donna Haraway, and, but then, I'm not saying he refused a wine with theirs, but that was the company. Yeah. So.
Hey, John, can you show me how this works?
Yeah, it's too advanced, just go
I
down.
had pyrite there.
It's a dial.
No, there's a right click on, right? That's what's going
It's because I
there.
left
So,
the way-
yeah.
the way
What?
to-
Yeah.
If you had raised your question at the beginning, it would have been shorter. But then you were accumulating a lot of steam. And you had
This
to-
one's like a mute, something like that.
Don't need to,
Yeah.
Okay.
So-
I got it. All right, that's what I
Or you can
needed.
use arrows, so.
Yeah, okay.
He's not record, but, any of us who start, like, it's like, I'm next. When Scott, like, it's not like repeating the same thing, it's like, He's right.
all this stuff. I think it's about time to this is
Courteous.
I'll come with you at the airport.
Yeah.
All right, well, I'm happy to introduce our first kind of keynote for today. Ron Mallon's professor of philosophy at WashU. He does philosophy of psychology, moral psychology, especially empirical approaches to moral psychology, philosophy of science, XPhi, philosophy of science, obviously. So Ron, in some ways, he's a very typical Rutgers grad student. In other ways, he's I think he's much more interesting than a lot of Rutgers grads. I don't know if I should say that. I don't particularly care to, but I think Ron's worked on, I think he's worked on innovative kind of topics. I first really became acquainted with his work. I was asked to review his book, The Construction of Humankind, 2026 with Oxford. I kind of looked at it. I'm like, okay, so it's a naturalistic account of social construction. Okay, that's kind of cool. And then it was like, oh, it's a naturalistic and realist account of social construction. I was like, oh, this is kind of interesting. So hardcore naturalist looking at social kind of phenomenon. I can tell Ron it's being transformative to kind of engage with your work because now I've been somehow pulled into the social ontology kind of literature. So yeah, the Construction of Humankind is a fantastic book. I think one of the most kind of important books in social ontology in recent years. Ron's telling me a bit about his next book, which is going to talk about stability. I think he's pushing social ontology in very good directions. So yeah, I'll pass it on to Ron.
Thank you, John. Thank you so much. Let me just start off by thanking you, John, and your help also for having this great conference. I know it's a lot of work to put this on. I only met Ian Hacking once, and he was very kind to me, but I'll spare you another story of Ian Hacking's wonderful kindness to a junior scholar. And the one thing I would like to take away from Ian Hacking's work, from my work, is the right to present interesting evidence that illustrates or suggests a certain kind of line of argument, but doesn't in any way prove it or, provide evidence that would convince anyone who is even moderately skeptical. Let's see. So what I want to do is start off with this idea of power knowledge, which is a quasi-technical term that Foucault introduced. It was supposed to introduce the inextricability of power and our systems of knowledge. And I was really struck by this comment by Hacking on Foucault on the idea of power. Hacking said when Foucault wrote of power, he did not usually have in mind the power exerted upon us by a discernible agent or authority or system. It is rather we who participate in anonymous, unowned arrangements that he called power through which we constitute ourselves as subjects acting on others and not ourselves as a passive victim. So this has really animated a lot of the way I've thought about Hacking's own work. The idea that knowledge structures our social arrangements, not just like the kind of speech acts that you find in people like Searle, but the kind of knowledge acts that you find in the sciences. So I would have, there we go. What I want to do is start off by giving you a couple of interesting cases to think about, one of which you'll be very familiar with, even if you've never read Hacking's work on it. And the other one, which you might not be familiar with, and it's called being like a wild pig. Being like a wild pig is a syndrome found among the Gururumba of Papua New Guinea. It was described by the anthropologist Philip Newman in 1964 as a certain kind of profile. It occurs only to young married men, about 25, 35 years old. And the behavior is a crazy amok-like behavior. Now, there's a lot of cultural groups in Southeast Asia that have various syndromes that are called amok. And this is one of those syndromes, but it's a little different than others. The behavior is believed to be caused by being bitten by a ghost. And when a person is bitten by a ghost, these young men. They go around throwing stones at people, shooting arrows at people. They break into people's homes and steal objects from them. And they do this for a long period of time, many hours and even multiple days, I think. And but eventually they kind of like disappear off into the bush. And when they come back, the Gurumba, well, while they're doing all this, the Gurumba basically permit this to go on. They don't tackle the person or stop them. They do guide them in certain ways and distract them and push them in certain ways. But when they come back, they greet the man with gifts. They forgive all of these things, and there's no retribution against the person for having been like a wild pig. So this is an example of what's sometimes called a culture-bound syndrome. It's structured, it looks like, by a cultural understanding of being like a wild pig, about what it's like to be bitten by a ghost. It contrasts with similar syndromes, even in nearby cultures in Papua New Guinea. So culture-bound syndromes are supposed to be clusters of symptoms and attributions that tend to co-occur among individuals in specific cultural groups, communities, or contexts, and they're recognized locally as coherent patterns of experience. Here's my second case. This one you'll be familiar with. Dissociative identity disorder, what used to be called multiple personality disorder, and a hacking case of it as a transient mental illness. In this kind of disorder, a single body seems to manifest multiple personalities or partial personalities, alters. It exploded, diagnosis of it anyway, exploded in the US in the 1980s and 90s, and has subsequently spread to other countries. And it's long been suspected of being iatrogenic or induced by therapy. My understanding of hacking's own understanding of this is that, that a conception of a certain kind of person forms a script for how to act the kind of person who's a multiple. And the script is performed in some sense strategically and intentionally by the person who's a multiple for some ends, perhaps to express distress. And if we were to alter the script in certain ways, it would alter the behavior. So, for example, as the theory of the multiple in the 80s came to understand that a person could not just have 2 or 3 personalities, but could have 10 or 12 or 50, so the behavior manifested in the patient population, suggesting this kind of like connection between the so-called script and the manifestation of the behavior. So if we compare these two, there's a lot of similarities. There's a public representation of the kind. In the case of being like a wild pig, it's displayed in performance and testimony. In the case of multiple personality disorder, it's displayed in public media as well as in medical institutional context. In the case of being like a wild pig, it's understood to be the result of of a ghost bite. In the case of multiple personality, it's often understood as a result of trauma leading to a dissociation of the person from one personality and perhaps a splintering of personalities. And behaviors in both cases have a kind of exculpation aspect, where the fact that a person's bitten by a ghost tends to exculpate the being like a wild pig behavior, but also the people who are like a wild pigmen, experience memory loss. They tend to report not remembering the episode. And also in the case of multiple personality disorder, we have this exculpating traumatic etiology and also memory loss for the behaviors of other alters in some cases. Okay, so how do we explain these behaviors? And I want to set out a model, which I'll call it just explaining by exculpation, which I think is at least part of what hacking is onto, but it's also part of the way that people have understood this phenomenon of being like a wild pig. So 2 strategies hacking has for understanding transient mental illnesses or culture-bound mental illnesses are these looping explanations and intentional explanations. And I think of this second one really as kind of a way of developing the first idea. The looping explanation, what I think of as the knowledge picture, if we think about power knowledge, we have some kind of theory of a kind, and it informs and classifies and permits and rewards individuals who are so classified, and then their behavior and manifestations of symptoms inform and rationalize the theory of the kind. So when we think about hacking on the effects of classification on individuals, he famously writes, people classified in a certain way tend to conform or grow into the ways that they're described. So that seems kind of like an interesting claim to make. Now, why do they do that? And there's a lot of different causal pathways that we might describe for someone, why someone might start to conform to a representation. But both Newman, the anthropologist who described being like a wild pig, and hacking, I think, are invested in seeing those classified as, to some extent, agents who are using their culture in the manifestation of a set of symptoms. Now, I want to, and when I say that, I don't mean just that they're malingering or faking an illness, but that there is some intentional aspect to their manifestation of the illness. So I don't think it's quite the same thing as faking, but I don't think it's quite non-intentional either. I think that's actually their view. So what about intentional explanations? Well, here's what Newman says about being like a wild pig. He says, being like a wild pig behavior also serves as a means whereby the individual can forcefully and dramatically cause the community to revise its image of him in a manner whereby social pressures will be withdrawn without drastic loss of social support. Such a pattern can thus be viewed as instrumental behavior, redefining the social situation of the person displaying it and depending for its success on the community acceptance of the portrayal. So roughly the idea here is that these young men in the Gurumba community, when they get married, they take on a lot of debt as a matter of course. And sometimes like the pressure is just too much. And they sort of like, they declare a kind, when they become like a wild pig, when they're bitten by a ghost, they get to declare a kind of social bankruptcy. And when they're welcomed back into the community, they not only get these gifts and forgiveness, but people sort of lay off. They're not really expected to pay the debts in the same way. They're not really expected to do the same things that they were expected to do before. Hacking own analysis of multiple personality famously has this action under a description analysis when he says when new descriptions become available or they come into circulation, there are new things to choose to do. When new intentions become open to me, because new descriptions, new concepts become available to me, I live in a new world of opportunities. So when people learn about multiple personality disorder, it gives them a way of acting that was not available to them before. Now, there's a lot of alternative models to these intentional explanations of syndromes like this. And that sometimes they emphasize mimetic capacities like the unconscious internalization of bodily patterns that are activated in stressful situations. Muhammad Ali was sort of talking about some similar issues yesterday. Some examples of these other kinds of cases, models might be like, there's been this thing of functional tic disorders spreading about by social media during COVID. There's been a kind of epidemic of people exhibiting Tourette's-like syndromes, for example, who do not have Tourette's syndrome. They call it TikTok tic disorders sometimes in the press. Psychogenetic, meaning psychologically caused non-epileptic seizures, seem to have similar patterns, religiously connected transit. So I think one thing to think about these things, I mean, this is an anthropologist describing what they think is going on. We have shared representations and beliefs that shape the manifestation of symptoms and meaning of sensations, but again, like at some kind of unconscious level for people, but in a way that's sort of strategic as well. So, you know, there's a lot of different ways to think about these things in terms of consciousness, unconscious, or intentional versus automatic, and probably a hybrid story is needed for many cases. For now, I'm going to sort of just stick with this intentional idiom in describing what's been going on. So One of the ways people have thought about this being like a wild pig case is to think about the way representing a certain kind of person as natural and inevitable plays in allowing the behavior. And I think this is a key part of Hacking's explanation of why people behave like multiples as well. So, for example, the psychologist James Averill, talking about this syndrome of being like a wild pig in 1980, he said that he thought they were shaped by cultural understandings of nature among the Gurumba. And he said an important element of this was that the syndrome was interpreted as a passion rather than an action. It was something that happens to you rather than something that you do. And this is what allows it to occur. So if we think about this in natural and involuntary, this is a theme we've heard in several talks over the last couple of days. We get the idea that representations like this might modify the reactive attitudes because they represent behaviors as non-agential and kind members as not responsible. Because community members view the behavior as involuntary, or maybe to the extent that they do, they don't punish people who engage in these behaviors. And it's because individuals know that they're viewed in that involuntary way, that they can enact in these ways without fear. So when we think about being like a wild pig, again, we get this theory that permits and rewards individual wild pigmen for their performance, and their performance in turn teaches and rationalizes the theory. Now, there's a couple of theories of the features of this so-called exculpation model. One we might think of as a Straussian account of exculpation, and the second we might think of a Sartrean account of performance. Strawson, as has already been mentioned, famously suggested that to the extent we treat people as objects, we withdraw the reactive attitudes that we apply to persons, attitudes like praise, blame, anger, shame, guilt, and so on, and thinking about them as natural or their behavior as natural is a way of thinking about them as a kind of object. Now, what Sartre, I think, adds to this is the idea that individuals can exploit information about natures in order to act without responsibility. In fact, Sartre thinks we're all sort of condemned to be free, as it were, that we're always acting in bad faith whenever we say we explain our behavior by our nature rather than by our agency. Here's Sartre in Being and Nothingness on Sadness. Just a second. What is the sadness, however? It's not the intentional unity which comes to reassemble and animate the totality of my conduct. It is the meaning of this dull look with which I view the world, of my bowed shoulders, of my lowered head, of the listlessness in my whole body. Is not this sadness itself a conduct? All right, thank you. So when we put these two things together, we get the idea that there's a tendency to treat people as objects or persons that can be strategically exploited by people. And like I said, Sartre thinks this is very common. So Strawson has the idea that if a community or individual believe that a behavior is a product of nature, then holding them responsible for it is reduced or eliminated, increasing the production of the behavior. And if we instead hold it to be the product of culture or intentional agency, then holding them responsible for it is increased, which will decrease the production of the behavior because people are acting strategically with regard to the representations of what's natural in their culture. Is this model of reduced or increased attribution of agency true? Well, there's a long philosophical tradition to say there's something here. There's Plato and the myth of the metals, you know, where they try to convince people that the social ordering of the republic is determined by the fact that different classes of people have different metals mixed in with their essence or something. We see this in political discourse. This is a flyer from the International Socialist Organization where they ask, is human nature a barrier to socialism? Some would say that ruthless competition and selfishness are written in our genes. Some people at this talk have also suggested that something very similar, that when we think about certain kinds of category as natural, that it tends to affect our application of the reactive attitudes. So I'm going to say also there's a body of experimental evidence about conditions that enhance or reduce attributions of agency, things like whether you describe a situation as abstract or concrete, whether you describe, how far of transgression occurs from you, whether you describe a transgression as actual or counterfactual, whether the world it takes place in is determinate or indeterminate, whether it's a disease or non-disease, whether the behavior is biogenetically or socially caused. All these things seem to have some kind of effect on the behavior. On whether people hold the behavior to be something that people are culpable for. So here are just some quick conclusions. I take it that probably the right thing to say is that the kind of causal explanations we use to explain something influence our attribution of moral agency, and so our attribution of blame. This can produce a kind of moral hazard in influencing behavior in just the way that the exculpation model suggests. And this can be true even if or where the descriptions are true. For example, some evidence suggests that statements like genes cause obesity, obesity is a disease, brains cause behavior, decrease ascription of moral agency to people, and arguably, at least, these claims are all true. The first one is the most contentious. The second one is the most contentious, and the American Medical Association claims that obesity is a disease. But so at least arguably. Okay, so now I'm going to just turn and just suggest that there are some problems anyway with the completeness of this exculpation explanation for being like a wild pig. Here are two problems with it. One, it's really incomplete as an explanation of their exculpating behavior. And secondly, it's incomplete as an account of their folk understanding. So the exculpation model explains some production of being like a wild pig, but it also implies that an audience could put a stop to a behavior by enforcing norms against it. That is, they could just tackle these guys and stop them from doing this destructive behavior, but they don't do that. Why don't they? Why not stop it? Being like a wild pig is highly antisocial. The wild man performs acts that in any other context would engender serious public disapproval and attempts to curtail the behavior. But it's also the case that it's subject to regulation and could be eliminated. Similar behaviors are forbidden by the Gurumba and by nearby groups. And in fact, if the wild pig man disappears off into the bush and comes back, and there's still a wild pig man, they grab them and then they smoke them over a fire until they come to their senses. But they could do this on day one. They don't do this until later on. So why not? And the answer is that it's really incomplete, I think, as an account of folk understanding. It seems like the Gurumba people, the ordinary Gurumba people, seem to simultaneously believe in the non-culpability of the wild pigmen because they were bitten by a ghost. But they also have this idea that there's a performative or self-interested aspect to the behaviors. And I think the exculpation model only gets at the first. So I want to suggest like what I call a mid-level social functionalism about being like a wild pig, and then we'll come back to multiple personality. So the term mid-level functionalism comes from Merton. So he was worried that functionalism was discredited because it was like too abstract and too hard to prove. But a mid-level social functionalism is supposed to be something you could have evidence for by looking at the details of the case. And I think this is very like particularist in a hacking-friendly way. So Newman and Averill and others seem to have appreciated that there's this social dimension to being like a wild pig. That is, that the you know, like the thing about being like a wild pig somehow, to some extent, the reason that it exists is to allow these guys to renegotiate their debt. That's why it exists. That's a functional explanation. So can we say something more about that? Well, here's a kind of way of thinking about being like a wild pig as a set of branching decisions. I started modeling this as a game theoretic model. This is what's called the extensive form of a game theoretic model, where you think about a series of moves. So the wild pig man's under a lot of stress, and he could just stop paying his debts. Say, these are all illegitimate debts. I'm not going to pay them. I can't do it. Or he could become like a wild pig and engage in this costly and stressful performance, where it becomes like a wild pig. Now, if he becomes like a wild pig, then the community has this choice of punishing him, like right away, or not punishing him, and they don't punish the wild pig man. But if he defaults on his debt, I'm not going to pay these debts. They also have this question, like, should they punish or not punish? So the community, as we see in the actual world, prefers not to punish the wild pig man. In fact, there's some sense in which they're rewarded for this elaborate performance. But in the case where people just didn't pay their debts at all, the community would presumably prefer to punish them over not punishing them. You can't just let people not pay their debts. So viewed in this way, when we view the wild pig man as like an intentional agent using their culture, the wild pig man's choosing this move because they get no punishment for it, and they get debt relief, right? They don't have to pay their debts in the same way, and they don't get punished. But see, given that these wild pig man performances are a recurring situation, it's not like something that just happens once, it occurs over time with multiple individuals, it's a phenomenon. Why doesn't the community just block this in advance? I mean, after all, if the community just said, announced strict liability, as it were, they said, anyone tries to act like a wild pig, we're going to smoke them over a fire right away. And in fact, this is the way they treat certain other kinds of very harmful transgressions. So they could just eliminate this behavior right away, and then no one would become like by hypothesis that this is a sort of intentional strategic behavior, no one would become like a wild pig anymore. They would just be stuck on this path. In fact, the Guru Rumba has this very selective permission for wild pig men. You're not allowed to engage in this thing unless you're in this category of young married men. And they seem to have this idea that the community can control this behavior in a way different and more restrictive than they do. I think that the answer to this is that the community actually prefers not punishing wild pig men to punishing people who default on their debts. So even though the community prefers punishing defaulters over not punishing defaulters, and the community prefers not punishing being like a wild pig man to punishing them, they actually prefer permitting being like a wild pig to punishing, to punishing default. Why would that be? Well, power takes the form here of some kind of syndrome that playing a functional role that stabilizes in a context. As I said, being like a wild pig allows renegotiation of debt that doesn't require social revolution. If people just stop paying their debts and you have to punish them, and it seems sort of unfair because they were under a lot of stress and everything, that challenges the social system. So there's some way in which being like a wild pig is a sort of, it's a culturally evolved way that allows them to thread this needle, which treats the debts themselves as legitimate in the normal case, but allows people an out, a kind of social bankruptcy, and allows them to be able to get out of this. Okay, so what I'm suggesting is that there's actually two pillars that support this culture-bound syndrome. One is that the belief that the behavior is natural and non-culpable, according to the kind of Straussonian Sartre model. And the second one is that the belief is a behavior is a response to excessive social burdens, and that that it's better not to punish people who are so responding. Okay, so last section here. The psychiatrist Eugene Bleuler noted that persons with psychosis often engage in double bookkeeping beliefs. And what he meant by that is that people with schizophrenia, for example, might simultaneously think, that their boss is trying to kill them, and at the same time, go to work on Monday morning and show up and clock in and do their job and then leave again. Right, so there's this kind of like rational tension between some of their beliefs and others of their beliefs, and he called this kind of thing double bookkeeping. What I want to suggest is, in the case of being like a wild pig, not only the wild man might be engaged in double bookkeeping, but the community is as well. I mean, on the one hand, they go around saying that this syndrome is caused by being bitten by a ghost, and on the other hand, there seems to be some, recognition, implicit or only partially held, that this is actually a response to social circumstances, and only certain people are allowed to engage in it, and it plays an important social function. So the philosophical literature concerned with cultural psychiatry tends to consider, there's always this question about the appropriateness of pathologizing culture-bound syndromes, because there are unusual beliefs, there are delusions that are culturally typical in some communities, maybe a belief in being bitten by ghosts, for example. And so there's a real discomfort in pathologizing syndromes in other cultures. And I think one reason for that discomfort in cultural psychiatry is that we see that these cultural forms can play important functional roles in cultures. And maybe being like a wild pig might be an example of a cultural form that plays some kind of important role in this culture. So this way of thinking about these things is like these culture-bound syndromes, at least in some cases, can be, whether or not we want to think of them as disorders, we might think of them as doing something, as organizing people in a community in a certain way. And in some cases, at least, we can see them as sort of cultural solutions to problems rather than there being disorders, though there could still be better cultural solutions. So just to say something's a cultural solution to a problem doesn't mean it's the best possible solution. So for example, the division of labor by gender is a cultural solution to a problem about how to divide up the work. And, but we could talk about, is that the best way to divide up the labor? And, that's a much longer conversation and a much more contentious claim. So here's a kind of contrast now between being like a wild pig and dissociative identity disorder. Being like a wild pig was, let's say, stabilized over time by its social function among the Gururumba. Now, I say let's imagine here because, of course, we don't actually have a lot of cultural reports from this small group in New Guinea. We have just the report, but it seems like it's a long-standing thing. Whereas in contrast, dissociative identity disorder, multiple personality disorder seems to be changing over the course of a few years, over the course of a few decades. So this is kind of an interesting contrast. And we might think then of transient mental illnesses is actually kind of like a subset. It's a temporal subset of culture-bound syndromes because something can be culture-bound, but relatively permanent. I've been really moved by this comment by Philip Pettit about a functionalist research program that he made in 1996. He said, any society is going to present a great variety of phenomena. Which are the more or less passing ephemera, and which of the phenomenon are deeply embedded in the society? Which are more or less incidental or contingent, and which are features that are apt to lack? There is an interesting research program suggested by such questions. It would try to identify and put aside the features that may be expected to come and go. And it would seek to catalog the more or less necessary features that the society or culture or institution displays. One kind of interesting idea about Pettit is that he's suggesting a kind of functionalist program. So we look for these things that last on the assumption that they're playing some kind of function, and we try to figure out what that function is. But on the other hand, it's kind of interesting to think about the complementary science of transient mental illnesses, of the things that don't last. What are those things like? Could there be such a science, right? Hacking says various skeptical things about whether there could be such a science. So on this way of cutting it up, you might think that being like a wild pig is part of this research program when studying the Guru-Rumba, but dissociative identity disorder, it's less clear whether it's part of a functionalist research program into, American culture of the last 40 years. Let's see. So there's this sort of contrast here between being like a wild pig, which is stabilized both by the exculpation model and by its role in producing social order, while multiple personality is not so stable. It's in flux anyway. But still we could ask, are there two pillars of dissociative identity disorder or multiple personality disorder? What we're told, of course, is that on the one hand, certain manifestations of multiple personality disorder are treated as an unusual and involuntary mental illness, possession of which is at least somewhat exculpatory. And so hacking has all these nice examples of people cheating on their spouses and saying it wasn't me, it was Jake, my alter, or something. So those are cases. There are also more serious, not that that's not serious, but there are also more serious cases of people using MPD diagnoses to try to get out of criminal actions. On the other hand, we know that multiple personality is sometimes appreciated by healthcare professionals as serving a function. At least one function is that it's a cultural permissible way to express distress or unhappiness. So that seems like an interesting role that is playing in part of the explanation for why it's around. But I think there are also other things that have helped sustain dissociative identity disorder and multiple personality disorder. Hacking sometimes notes the institutional benefits to those who were treating multiple personality disorder, theorizing about it, creating the medical institutions and the academic institutions that would reward research and treatment of it. Now, one kind of interesting thing when we think about the Guru-Rumba is that these kinds of institutions don't really have any parallel in a small scale society. So if you think about the Foucaultian / hacking attention to the rise of institutional use of statistics about kinds of people in a modern state, right? One of the things we can see from being like a wild pig is that you don't need all of that in order to have looping effects of humankind. You can have, at least in a small scale culture, you can have something very much like looping effects of humankind anyway. But another kind of, in addition to the sort of cynical, in addition to the nice thing, which is multiple personality disorder gives a way people to express distress, and the cynical thought that people diagnose and treat multiple personality disorder because it advances their careers. There's also a kind of therapeutic imperative, which I think is actually really worth thinking about, which is someone comes into your office in distress as a therapist or as a medical provider, and you feel like you're supposed to do something to alleviate their distress. And if you can put them in this box, this multiple personality disorder box, and say, here's what's going on. You've got multiple personality disorder, and now we have these ways of treating you. We have this procedure. We have a system for helping people like you. That is a way of not just allowing them to express their distress in this culturally appropriate way, but allowing our institutions, our whole society to do something with people who are distressed. Okay, so what's my conclusion here? In considering cultural bound forms of life, we need to understand their individual and their social dimensions. And we need to look not just at exculpation. It's because that's going to be incomplete. We've got to look to the broader social functions that might illuminate some puzzling features of culture-bound syndromes. And I think when we do that, we sort of like find that people are engaged in a kind of double bookkeeping. It definitely in the case of, you know, according to our evidence for being like a wild pig, but maybe also for multiple personality disorder, like, you know, people need ways of interacting with other people to play their social roles, and maybe these things aren't always consistent with, you know, forming a consistent set of beliefs. So I promised you that I was going to give you an interesting case that would prove the conclusions I provide in the spirit of even hacking, and that's the end of my talk. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm really interested in what you would say to somebody who requests a little bit more fine-grained analysis of specifically multiple personality disorder, because what you said may be very well true, but it doesn't explain at all why the patient presents or is diagnosed by specifically multiple personality disorder. Any psychiatric disorder will perform the exculpatory function, and any one of them may be organizing the distress that the patient feels. Any one of these diagnoses would be allowing the psychiatrist or therapist to provide help for the patient. So what is so specific about the multiple personality disorder, and how do we explain why that disorder appears, blossoms, and then almost vanishes?
Yeah, so I think I think hacking's story seems plausible, which is just that it becomes really culturally salient. There's a lot of like, it's really quite interesting, and it becomes really culturally salient, and it manifests in all kinds of media, in movies, in daytime talk shows, and soap operas, and so people learn about it and manifest in that way. Not just the people who have it, but therapists learn about it and start looking for it, asking, "Oh, do you have good memory of what happened last week?" You know, you say, "I don't know." Maybe you're a multiple. So hacking doesn't think, and at least in 1995, in a certain way, I think the rewriting the soul book is his maximum sympathy moment. For I mean, someone else might disagree. I know many of you, but my sense is it's his maximum sympathy moment, both for multiples and for the people who treated them. And that's his story at that point. And then later on, he says, I just think all this, even a few years later, he's saying, I think dissociation itself should just disappear or something. So, yeah, I don't really have a story for that. There was, of course, an outbreak of dual personalities in the 19th century. And it came and it went. And I think it's just a kind of fad, as it were. Yeah.
I have a lot of questions about this. I'm not gonna bore people about Muhammad Ali and Ron and myself. We're working on kind of similar kind of projects right now, and I'm interested in these culturally bound syndromes. One thing I want to push you on is this idea that it's, so I can agree with you that it's functional in the incentive latent sense, but I would push back against the malingering point. So I think about hysteria as a transient mental disorder, probably paradigm one, right? It's kind of, Ian doesn't talk about it. I've talked about it in some papers, and my basic kind of picture is similar to yours. I think the social mechanisms that stabilize transient mental disorders, culturally bound disorders, and even cross-cultural differences, like depressions expressed in terms of guilt in the West, in terms of somatic symptoms in the East, I think it's all the same cultural mechanisms. Now, I think so the functional stuff, so I got too much in my head, but like in my 2007 paper on criticizing looping effects, I mean, I point out, look, sociologists of deviance, labeling theorists, they were talking about all these issues in the 60s. There's nothing particularly original about hackings. In some ways, hacking's analysis is worse. So I'd look at Thomas Sheff's kind of 1960 analysis. I think it's a very rich sociological analysis. And I think it's important to kind of, are they actively performing behaviors for a function? Maybe. But I think in some cases, because of some kind of stress, they might just be confused. And
But
well,
when
I
you're
think you can
pushing
have
back
that.
on the malingering point, are you saying that they are malingering? In contrast to my sense that I don't think they're malingering,
Oh,
but it's
no, okay,
complicated.
maybe I misheard you. I thought you said it was.
Oh, good.
No, I would definitely.
I was hedging a bit on it. I think it's a little complicated.
In some cases.
In a way, it's like trying to understand what Sartre means by bad faith, because sometimes it just seems like he means lying.
Yeah.
And sometimes
Yeah.
it means somehow like a kind of self-deception.
I think something.
And something
like
more like the second
More
one.
like
Okay, I think we,
that. But you can just stay agnostic. You can say consciously or unconsciously.
Yeah.
Something like that. The culturally sanctioned way to negotiate, I think it might work for the case of running amok, but in other cases, it's not quite clear to me that there's some kind of negotiation. So I'd go more general and say these are, I mean, just telling you what I've come down to. I think the mechanisms are kind of cultural learning. I think I talked to you a bit about this, like, so we can think about in terms of learning, content of a culture, these display rules, culturally sanctioned ways of expressing distress. I mean, that's how I see a lot of these culturally bound disorders. But I think think about anorexia, right? That's a kind of culturally bound syndrome isolated to the West and West-friendly countries. What kind of cultural negotiations going on there when we just want to say, well, this is some kind of culturally sanctioned way of expressing distress?
yeah, so let's draw a hacking bit of wisdom and say that we don't want to just to generalize it to all this story to all culture bound syndromes. So I think there are some things like the Swedish disorder that Muhammad Ali was talking about yesterday and eating disorders. I think that they're probably like activations of our innate psychology of withdrawing, of depression, of various kinds of ways that play some role in some of these things. Whereas what's really interesting, again, and assuming that these two stories, what's in parallel between being like a wild pig and multiple personality disorder, is this feeling like there's actually this kind of controlling relationship between the cultural representation and the symptoms, and then there's something kind of like arbitrary about the cultural representations, like of it, so that when the cultural representation says more personalities, there are more personalities get manifested, and if it said actually there are only two, the theorists all come out and say no, there's really only two, but they sometimes seems like there are many, revert to two, and so that's what seems interesting. And so when I think about something like eating disorders, I don't really, obviously there's this cultural sense of the sense of the cultural influence, but it doesn't seem like the symptoms manifest in this way that's like closely controlled by a representation.
Yeah, that's right. So yeah, I mean, if you go particularist, that's fine. But actually, I'm not sure what I think of this as kind of cultural way of negotiation. There's something right about that, I think.
Yeah.
But I think we can just talk about it as well. There's some kind of cultural norms are kind of coming to influence the person in some kind of way.
Yeah, I was sort of thinking about multiple personality and its instability. It's like it's trying to serve a social function like being like a wild pig. It's like a cultural form, and we can think about it evolving. It's searching for a stable niche. It doesn't find one yet.
Yeah.
Not quite anyway, though it's still in the DSM. But it's like it's sort of searching for a way. Anyway.
Yeah, no, I very much like the emphasis in some of these transient mental illnesses on the complicity, as it were, of the community and the way in which they are also, there's buy-in and there's a kind of mutual construction of these of these conditions. I just wonder whether, like, if we're simulating things like being like a wild pig, which seems more like a kind of society-wide behavior. I mean, I haven't read the book, but it seems as though it's a rite of passage for everyone in that community. And it's, I mean, as you point out, and based on the anthropological work, there's a kind of more pervasive social function having to do with incurring debts and repaying those debts and so on. I mean, it seems a bit more like the classic functionalist explanations of Todd Latch, or, you know, any of the cargo cults, or any of these kinds of society-wide manifestations. And there just seems to be a much more of a, like a more robust functionalist explanation. There's a, you know, it's not this kind of vague function of, well, some people are feeling distress,
Right.
we've got some inner turmoil, and we've got to put them in some kind of box. There, it's more like, we've got a social problem, we've got to find a way of solving it. So I'm a little hesitant to kind of see these kinds of phenomena as being of a piece, I guess.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think I agree with everything you said. What I think is the MPD case, you could look at it as, there's a couple of reasons. I just described it as looking for a niche, looking for a function that would stabilize it, and then it would stop evolving so quickly anyway. And then why is it so hard for it to find a niche? And there's a lot of maybe reasons for that. Like, we're a large scale culture, and we have not only scientists invested in the reality of dissociative disorders, we have other scientists invested in their unreality, and we have insurance companies. So we have this kind of like very different cultural setting, which is much more destabilizing than what everyone in this small community is like, can sort of have some implicit recognition of this kind of thing. So, you know, I think I agree with everything you said. Is there are parallels and disparallels, and so I think it was sort of like interesting to compare the two.
I would even argue, like, I've argued imprint depression is probably a functional disorder. Garson does too, right? Except he wants to extend it much further. In conversation, Garson will say, well, I'm just kind of exaggerating to push this. But I think certainly we have good grounds for thinking depression might be a functional disorder. And I think for me, it has to do with ideas of pathology. Is it a pathology, or is depression something like a natural psychological reaction to distress? Or
Yeah. So when you call it a functional disorder, you're using the way people use psychogenic.
Yeah.
So it means that somehow there's not necessarily like a neural basis or
it's not to say that, but it's not pathology. Maybe something like that.
I see. It's not really even.
You might find, I mean, I know you're familiar with this research, all the kind of the evolutionary work on depression as a functional disorder. That's all very relevant for this.
Yeah.
I think also you're talking about mixed kinds, right? I was talking to you about this yesterday. I mean, these might be mixed kinds. And I know Ian had that kind of position. Maybe I just inherited Ian's position, but it was always like, I'm like, talking, well, multiple personality, do you think it's real? Like these kinds of questions. And he always, realism is the most idiosyncratic issue Ian was on. He just surprised me all the time. But he said, of course it's real, right? And his idea was, well, of course the distress is real.
Right.
But there's the artificial, he wouldn't use this terminology, but the social layer on top that's.
Well, so, one of the things I sometimes say is that the fact, if it's a fact, the fact that multiple personality is a performed syndrome does not mean that the people performing it have nothing wrong with them. It just means that they have, like, in a certain way, you can look at it in terms of costs. Like if it was really intentional and strategic, and for someone to occupy this sick role, as some anthropologists call certain sick roles, if it was strategic for them, you have to think like, what's going on in one's life so that this is a rational way of expressing their distress. Like, because you have to give up a lot to occupy a role like that. You have to give up the sense that people can trust you when you leave for the day, right? You have to give up the sense that you can be held responsible for things you say and do. And that you can hold a job maybe even, or things like that. So, yeah, so you can, I've sometimes thought about this, like, this is a very philosophy of science way, but you could look at the person as like having some condition, which was like a function that took in some cultural context and manifested as multiple personality in some cultures or sometimes or whatever. But then what's the and you say, well, what do you want? What do you want for this person who has this capacity, this internal function? You know, like, how should they manifest it? What's the end of this?
Andrew view is almost exactly the same as Thomas Abbs in his book, The Myth of Mental Illness. So, and drawing on me, people like that, but he's like talking about his game playing activity. But exactly, like you find yourself in a certain social situation. Well, this might be the most rational thing to do, right?
Yeah.
And he thinks it's kind of conscious, right?
Right. I think in a certain way, a lot of this anti-psychiatry stuff, including up to hacking, is like an outgrowth of Sartre and like the influence of Sartre had talking about the bad faith.
Two things. So, when you framed looping effects as like in terms of like intentionality and intentional, like accidental intentional descriptions, and kind of you took that direction to like compare, you know, like being a wild pig and multiple personality. Something like I guess I kind of want to ask you, how committed are you to that interpretation of looping? Because one of the things that's confusing or maybe exciting about like hacking strategy of, again, nominalism, like just talking about looping through different examples, is that some of the examples demonstrate changes in people's self-concepts. Right? Now they identify as multiple. Some of the examples require that they're aware that they're classified this way. I mean, again, like multiples. And then sometimes, like when he's like, but awareness is not necessary. Like, think about, you know, refugee women who don't speak English and they also change. And I think there are more like social kind of factors like in place. And I think that if you kind of grant that, like, I mean, I really think that he had something more intentional action kind of classification or thought about looping. But if you kind of still broaden that, I think there are more similarities between these two examples, because in the wild pig example, like there's definitely a behavior, right? You know, what is motivating that behavior may not be clear to us. And I think the reason, you know, the various explanations that you gave might be underlying factors, but we may not care about that because, you know, ultimately, you know, their behavior is, I mean, I don't know what people think.
Yeah. So I think of the intentional one is one way of giving flesh to the looping idea, but not the only way. And in fact, I think some of those other ideas, like those anthropologists I was talking about, I think that they think someone takes on like a somatic program, like a psychogenic seizure. They somehow adopt into their body, maybe without even knowing that they did, maybe years before they themselves exhibit this. It comes into their body as an action plan. Maybe mirror neurons are involved even. Anyway, so that's a kind of looping perhaps, but not necessarily intentional, or maybe there's some intentional and non-intentional components of it. But you also said, so that was the first part of your question. And then what did you say at the end? It was different than that question.
Like if we just think of behavior as the ultimately developing example, and the behavior is different, or like there's an actual behavior there.
Yeah. So one of the things I've been thinking about is like, I sometimes borrow this phrase from Anthony Appia about some behavior, some categories tightly scripting behavior.
Yeah.
So I think one thing that's kind of interesting is you can think about different looping effect proposals in terms of how tightly scripted your behavior is. So like if you have the Swedish disorder, you withdraw and maybe you don't eat food, But no one says, maybe you can't read a book in bed all day or something. I don't know what, being like a wild pig, on the other hand, is a really intense performance. It's actually, but it only lasts a few days. But it's pretty tightly scripted. It's like being on Broadway for a week. You've got 6 shows a week and one matinee on Friday for 7. It's like you're probably pretty exhausted by it. But that's kind of like tightly scripted, but short. But then being like multiple personality, there's a script to that too, we might think, right? But then maybe you don't have to play the role all the time. You can be in your normal, alter, as it were, and then you can be in your other role.
Under stressful moments.
Under stressful moments, or yeah.
This reminds me, I think maybe this group already knows. Back in 2011, there was a group of high school girls in a small town called Leroy in New York. It's basically between Rochester and Buffalo. And all these girls were showing like Tourette's like symptoms. Do you know about this case?
I do, because I started reading about TikTok,
exactly.
And they referred back to these earlier cases as well.
Someone should write a paper about
It seems those cases seem interesting because I do think maybe they make plausible this like idea of somatically, suppose this socially dominant person in your social circuit exhibits this thing, and now you somatically bring it on. Another model which is here is the idea that you see over and over again. You see it in the multiple case and in this case, and in discussion about whether trans might be an epidemic of some sense. A culture, like a hacking style looping effect, is the idea that there might be like core, genuine, real cases. Like there are multiples hundreds of years ago, or people who seem to really manifest split personalities and with many of the key characteristics, but they weren't part of any cultural pattern. And the same thing, with trans people, and the same thing, like with these bodily disorders. And then the idea that there are these other people who are like psychogenically, perhaps unconsciously adopting or incorporating these symptoms into their body, and it changes the way they interpret their own physical experience in the world, and changes the way they interpret their own distress, and so on. And so that's kind of an interesting idea of there being like yeah.
Because in the Leroy case, they called Aaron Brockovich because they thought that the water was contaminated. So like there was all this research, environmental toxicologists came to town. Like it was just this whole like I don't know, very sensationalist. So and then of course they all named people with water. Aaron Brockovich never came.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's what the anthropologists think is going on with the psychogenic epileptic seizures in Central America.
All right, let's give Ron a hand.
Thank you very much.
We're gonna reconvene and let's do it fast. 3:25, we'll come back here. You need more time, Paul? I can give you 10. You're good. Ooh, you okay? Voices and choices. If you reckon this is it, this looks like it.
Yeah, that's it.
Oh, that's not the page I want on. I want the other one. I want the PowerPoint. This is my fault for having too many windows open. Well, not Outlook. Yeah.
And you think, well, maybe more sensitive. I mean, you're starting with a very small number.
And so you can either use arrows, or you can either use arrows, or you can use a clicker if you want.
Yeah, I'm going to be very old fashioned, just read, mostly read
Okay.
the paper.
Yeah. And you can just hit the space bar or arrows to advance the slides.
Okay.
All right.
Correlation with disability and hypermobility, things like that. Given that this pattern. Yeah, there was a master's student, someone contacted me, said, I have a master's student interested in working on moving transients. And so then I'm like, well, I just sent them some stuff. Like I have been saving some stuff, and I was like, here's some stuff that like that are suggestive that, you know. It's obviously really difficult. I mean, it's a sort of, I had an uncle who was trained.
Yeah.
1970.
He was like giving this little talk on multiple personality or whatever, in the audience, and the person come out, introducing us some point. She was so upset with that. Like she was so upset with this view about like, you know, multiple personality, which as you said, right, like he was all trying to understand it and you know, soul, and then like before I started to like he was, and he's seen your testimonies of these started talking about.
You know, Ron, I don't know if this is intentional or not, but you know, your strategy is doing range your analysis, actually parallel with some very studies. They were deep, you know, deep studies, but that's the average behavior is the dating patterns.
I had forgotten that. I've read that. I haven't taught that, but it's been a long time. I had forgotten that.
So, no, it's not good because, but I think in the, you know, I thought you could have done more. I was expecting you to do more to develop that is the default one. This is really the interesting one. Point number one, you know, you got community. It's a community, but it's like a social phenomenon. So it's not just the name, but the community has accepted in the same way we said cockfight that the structure isn't just decided on by the individuals, right? This the whole anomaly is built into that part parcel of how the community has come together to deal with the social, you know, certain tensions about social relationships. And so forth. And, yeah, so this is, I'll put it to Steve, really, you know, I was thinking, you know, like economics, right? You know, where you don't have to invoke intentionality at all, but you wind up with
cultural evolution.
You wind up with highly coordinated behaviors. You don't have to talk. And I saw your point about the somatic. If you're, you know, the suffering is real, but the culture only offers you so many avenues for manifesting it, right? And anyway, I thought you could have, you know, if you were sort of starting, I thought, and bringing the put together kind of a, you know, I'll say the economics analysis, but kind of a, you know, you were very deliberate. So I'm not, you know, forcing something on you. I think one, this, you know, kind of game theoretic analysis. Why are they choosing?
Right. So I previously gave this talk, and I have the branch in the extensive form of the game, and I put utility numbers, right? And then you could see, oh, look, this one's more than this one, and this one's more than this one, and I don't know if that's what you mean, but you could see that it was an equilibrium, like in the game theoretic sense.
You answered the question, why this equilibrium? Right? But all you have to do is show that.
No, that's what I showed before, that's it was an equilibrium. And the reason I didn't do that today was because it wasn't. You start going, this one has a payoff like 5, and this one has a payoff.
I thought I was tracking the way you wanted.
You were absolutely right,
And then You kind of left it. No. You want to finish? Yeah. And, you know, I said, Mohammed, will pull it up, you know, the complementary. I gotta look at it as a coordination game. You know, between the community and the person.
That's exactly the way I, yeah. That's exactly, I sort of showed you how to ask you. And everyone was like, sort of like, they're mixed, lost, all muscular people.
Oh, I recorded your SART,
Oh, that was amazing, Ron. That was amazing. Broadway.
So is it the up and down or the side buttons, or it doesn't matter?
You can like.
Okay. You know, would you advise, I try and get a lift just from here, or should I go back to the hotel?
Just go from here. Don't be faster.
And can I just do it from out front?
I can walk you out there. What time did you say flight's at?
Well, it leaves 7:30.
Okay, you'll be all right. Yeah. I'll walk with you.
Okay, I appreciate it. Yeah, that. And wherever, you know, an obvious
Yeah,
pickup point would be, that was my one concern.
I was thinking I could, there's a pickup point that there was at this school, so that's where Ferris is walking Alexander now.
Yeah, okay.
I can take you there. You have a few bags and stuff.
Yeah, no, I have all.
I should also drive you to my house. If your time was a bit more tight, I would have just driven to myself.
Well, no, I didn't.
All right. Let's start the final keynote. Email Matteo.
Yeah.
So Paul Roth, I've known Paul over 20 years too. So one of my first conferences was the Philosophy of Social Science Roundtable. At that time, it was known as the St. Louis Philosophy of Social Science Roundtable. That was started by Paul, Allison Wiley, and Jim Bowman. They're bright-eyed kind of grad student at University of Chicago. Paul was extremely kind to me. He told me I was from the University of Chicago, and Paul's one of the 4 people who read one of my Carnat papers that was published in Philosophy of Science. He was very happy about it, and knowing that Paul's Aquinian, I'm especially pleased to know that Paul's become somewhat of a mentor to me. I was invited to join the Philosophy of Social Science Roundtable Governing Board, and I was just like, Allison, Jim, and Paul, they started something very special, you guys were early adopters of helping junior scholars, and I've always appreciated the roundtable for that. So Paul, as an academic, has written, Meaning and Method in the Social Sciences, right? Cornell, and co-edited the Blackwell Companion to Philosophy of Social Science. He's been really interested in philosophy of history and integrating that in philosophy of science. Talked about narrative explanation. He's been crossing over from the kind of philosophy of history literatures to the philosophy of science ones. One of my favorite papers by Paul, it's called The Silence of the Norms and Studies in HBS in 2013. And he's basically giving it to Coop, right? Why isn't there more theorizing about the historical explanation you're doing? He's had similar complaints about hacking, right? Hacking so historically oriented. Well, geez, why aren't you talking about historical explanation or something like this? So I look forward to hearing Paul's talk today, which will be on voices and choices, excavating hacking's philosophical anthropology.
Well, thank you. I'd like to join the others who have thanked John for organizing this conference. It is a real treat, as Matteo mentioned, to be able to talk to people, like-minded people with interests in this. And in keeping with some of the other speakers, I'll talk a little bit about my personal relationship. I crossed paths with him a number of times. The first time, somewhat ironically, I guess, I was a member of the NEH, the late NEH, but they used to run some seminars, and I was at one organized by Alvin Goldman and Keith Lehrer on epistemology. I got there and realized I was a fish out of water. The opening speaker was Chisholm, and everyone was doing Gettier problems. And they invited Ian to speak. You can just picture well, maybe you can't, you're too young, but he was a shock to the system for that particular audience. His idea of what epistemology happened to be just didn't fit with almost anyone else in the room. You know, but that was my first personal exposure to him when I was fortunate enough to be hired in at University of California, Santa Cruz as chair in 2004. It was to help build the graduate program, and I had this idea of doing something HPSy there, and Ian came and visited for 3 successive years for a quarter each year, and that was really when I got to know him and learned firsthand his total aversion to talking about historical method. but he is an interesting guy. I deeply admire his work. And to cement my relationship, my status as sort of the dinosaur in the room, you know, I'm going to have the shortest PowerPoint and the longest paper of the conference. I typed in voices and choices when I started to construct the PowerPoint, and this image popped up, and I go, "Oh, that's perfect. I'll keep it. I can't take any credit whatsoever for that." Okay, this now isn't working. Oh, okay. So when John very kindly invited me to give this talk, I thought it would be an opportunity just to write on this essay of Hacking's that always particularly engaged me, where he compares Foucault and Goffman, Goffman being a great favorite of mine who I taught for many years. And as you'll soon hear, I was led in rather strange directions. But I've chosen the epigrams to the paper, I think, capture very nicely a very deep parallel in the thinking of the two thinkers, and I'll have much more to say about this. Backwards. Okay, so just preview, there's going to be 6 sections. I'll try and set up the problem, and then develop it through talking about some aspects of Hacking's Making Up People project, how concerns about Hacking's on agency is sort of coming out of that, what Hacking calls his disunity of language thesis and the significance I see in that, and then perhaps the most Hacking, Kant, and freedom, how I see those being put together, and finally the way I see resolving some of these tensions in Hacking on agency with apologies to Thomas Nagel, I call the self from nowhere. Okay. So the slides are very brief. I've simply tried either to give quotes or just very capsule summaries. So the problem. While Ian Hacking's focus on an account of Making Up People has received academic attention, less scrutinized has been what might be termed as philosophical anthropology, that is, the view of human nature underlying and animating his project. However, any attempt to excavate his philosophical anthropology almost immediately encounters an important obstacle. For on the one hand, hacking explicitly denies that there exists any essential human nature. Indeed, one of his few explicit criticisms of Foucault emerges when he discerns in Foucault's writings hints of what hacking terms a romanticized or essential self. Yet, on the other hand, hacking's rejection of any core notion of self seemingly conflicts with his repeated characterization of cells as agents. That is, given his conception of people as socially constituted and the workings of the microphysics of power shaping hacking social cells, how can genuine agency still be possible? Examining hacking's very interesting 2004 essay comparing Foucault's writings on madness, knowledge, and power, and works by the great sociologist Erving Goffman, helps make vivid how this lurking conflict becomes manifest in hacking's thought. For both in this essay and in numerous other published remarks, hacking has nothing but praise for Goffman's work, particularly Goffman's classic book, Asylums. But Goffman, as with Foucault, examines how social forces shape and constrain individual behaviors with particular attention to the knowledge-power relationship. Yet hacking also prefaces this very essay with an extended and largely favorable discussion of Sartre. In fact, I had correspondence with one other academic. He says, why is hacking talking about Sartre in this essay? It was like, telling us, hacking's paying there to Sartre, and this proves not to be an isolated case, celebrates the notion of the self as agent, a being capable of making genuine choices. A capacity for agency exists, or so hacking insists. What might thus be termed hacking's commitment to an existential sense of agency, I won't try and upstage Ron, I couldn't enacting that out, also manifests itself, among other things, as what hacking labels as his 10th engine, namely resistance, on his list of factors for making up people. Notably, the first 9 that hacking specifies work impersonally to identify and shape those being classified. Strikingly unlike the other first 9, then, the 10th alone impacts processes of classification by acknowledging that those being classified can and do push back. Indeed, resistance provides the basic source for hacking's much discussed grouping effect. Yet having expunged any thought of a pure self waiting to be realized, what allows for a conception of agency that would be other than sham and illusion? A related exegetical challenge concerns how to fit together not only hacking's remarks on making up people and his notion of choice, but also hacking's development of what he terms a Cartesian view of ourselves. As hacking acknowledges at points, his views about agency require him to clarify his own take on the mind-body relation. Although no substance dualist, hacking does in fact fashion a functional equivalent of a Cartesian separation of mind and body. And upon examination, or I'll argue, hacking's way of forging this distinction proves to be of a piece with, and critical to, his general conception of the possibility of human agency. In what follows, I begin by developing this prima facie tension between hacking's existential as opposed to his socialized perspective on the determinants of choice and the possibilities of action. Doing so will involve some speculations on my part regarding precisely which features of Goffman's work prove so powerfully attractive to hacking. In this regard, I sketch an account of Goffman's work that shows how he, that is Goffman, much more than Foucault, I would argue, dissects and details the microphysics of power in a way that nonetheless creates a space for agency not obvious in Foucault. Consequently, Goffman's work, I would claim, and not Foucault's, best exemplifies empirically the philosophical anthropology on which hacking presumes. Philosophical anthropology that results offers a way to integrate the apparently conflicting characterizations of the determinants of action found in Hacking's writings. Moreover, this resolution, including Hacking's Cartesian meditations, has more general philosophical implications, for it connects the underlying dynamics of making a people in interesting and, at least for me, unanticipated ways with other important themes in contemporary philosophy. The people made up. In the context of this discussion of making up people, Hacking identifies two vectors as particularly critical. One he calls labeling from above, the other labeling from below. The vector he names labeling from above, say by a community of experts, reflects Hacking's particular take on Foucault's well-known linkage of knowledge and power. Hacking later goes on to connect this with the creation of time and place of a possibility of being a certain type of person, a kind that did not exist before a certain conceptual vocabulary emerged and made a space for it. Less examined, however, has been Hacking's second line of influence, what he terms the vector of autonomous behavior. It drives his much discussed looping effect. This vector underwrites as well his conclusions about the presumed instability of what he terms human or interactive kinds. Such categories, he maintains, typically prove unstable. Well, we've heard a lot about that. But if the former vector emanates from various social factors, from whence comes the push in the other direction? Hacking nowhere suggests that he conceives of people as being, in Harold Garfinkel's memorable phrase, cultural dopes. That is, flesh and blood automatons mindlessly enacting social skips, bequeathed them by accident of time and place. But given all the forces constituting the first vector, pushing from above, how then does Hacking have space for autonomous behavior? By way of beginning to answer this, it helps to take note of one of Hacking's few explicit criticisms of Foucault. For these remarks turn out to bear directly on the question of what the putative source of autonomous behavior might be. One such instance of criticism you find when Hacking comments on how Foucault successively retitles and modifies various editions and translations of Folie de Raison. Although first published in 1961, an unabridged edition in an English translation appears only in 2006, with a foreword by Hacking. In the interim, other versions appear. Foucault tinkers in these interim cases with the title and other material in the book. Hacking, both in his foreword to the 2006 unabridged English translation and in a related 2011 article, De Raison, attaches much significance to the various elisions and alterations. Hacking writes of, and this is quoting Hacking, of Foucault's complete rejection, as he puts it, of, again, Hacking's phrase, the romantic fantasy of the idea of an essential self. But Hacking's remarks in his 2006 foreword make it explicit that it's he, that is Hacking, who condemns what he takes to have been Foucault's embrace of a romantic fantasy. And to that fantasy, Hacking happily bids adieu. Indeed, Hacking elaborates how, in later editions and translations of the book, Foucault successively downplays the hint of some primal sense of self. This leads Hacking to characterize the 45 years between the original publication and the unabridged English translation as resulting in two distinct books. Borges, I guess, allusion here. Quoting from Hacking, one of these books is governed by an idea of De Raison, in which there lurks a dream of madness in the wild, as something pre-discursive, inaccessible, pure. The other is what the first became stripped, Hacking writes, stripped of romantic illusion, end quote. Imagining a state of mind prior to any distinction between reason and unreason, or madness and sanity, conjures up a lost primal state, our species being prior to social overlays. What, in fact, does this stripping away of the romantic illusions serve to reveal? Hacking offers the following observation, quoting now. The 1961 preface promised an archaeology of silence. Archaeology of silence. That is from the part of the 1961 preface that remained in 1964 but disappeared. Once Foucault's idea of archaeology had matured, it appeared that an archaeology can only be of what is said. If so, the second book of the two identical texts is no longer an archaeology of silence. Close quote. So questions of how to read Foucault aside, it is Hacking who unequivocally links kinds of people and the creation of vocabularies and forms of discourse. As he puts it, an archaeology can only be of what is said. Without voice, discourse, there exists nothing for an archaeology to recover. No language, no self, at least with respect to agency. Voice and choice thus appear to come as a package. Hacking's comments on Foucault's editorial shifts are not the only time that he worried that Foucault failed to avoid hints of human essentialism. For that very concern also surfaces in the 2002 essay, How Natural Are Kinds of Sexual Orientation. The concern takes the following form. This is a quote from Hacking. He says, from a logical point of view, Foucault's constructionism is entirely consistent with a thoroughgoing essentialism, close quote. How exactly did Foucault supposedly allow in this case for essentialism about a humankind? As Hacking reads Foucault, there in fact could have been a kind of person, for example, a homosexual, even prior to the social conditions that led to the identification of that kind as known or knowable. The term essential in this case would signal the presence of some perduring features that determine what people share to make them of that kind. An analogy here would be to say that there existed people who were lactose intolerant before that concept was coined, or the ability to identify the biochemistry causing that condition had been figured out. In such a case, our ability to identify a mechanism making the kind it is comes much later than the observations of assorted behavioral factors that might or might not lead to such a grouping. In this uncontroversial respect, always a dangerous thing to say in a philosophy paper, a kind of person, lactose intolerant, could in all philosophical good faith be said to exist prior to any science identifying causes determining the behavior. Hacking insists, absent some such causal account, they'll scoffingly refer to something like a homosexual gene or something like that. He suggests that homosexuality exemplifies a humankind that is a grouping forged by social as opposed to determinative scientific factors. But the mechanisms that function to make such kinds the kinds they are, the ones that interest Hacking, are then those where the stabilizing machinery result from crafting of vocabulary as well as the other various engines used to make up people. Absent some such an account, the kinds stabilize to the extent they do only by virtue of the social forces in play. This highlights, I suggest, the particular significance that Hacking attaches to agency, for it alone accounts for what makes interactive kinds inherently unstable. In this spirit, he then concludes, quoting now, I have been suggesting that the wide range of sexual orientation constitute interactive kinds for which the entire model of biologized scientific research is inappropriate. Biology aims at a fixed target of indifferent kinds. We're here concerned with moving in interactive targets that won't stay still. And then Hacking concludes the quote by saying, more power to them, close quote. Yeah, more power to them.
How so? Because the individuals push back. But this simply returns us to the question, from whence the push? A positive notion of agency, a capacity for autonomous action, however constrained, appears time and again in Hacking's writings. Quoting now, "We are directed to what it is possible to be or to do. There is, not surprisingly, a certain vestigial existentialism in this way of thinking. Existence comes before essence." He's a had-read letter on humanism. We are constituted by what we do, but our free choices can only be from among the actions that are open to us, the possible actions. And our way of being, chosen freely or not, are from possible ways of being, close quote. Yet when one looks at his list of the various engines driving processes of making up people, the vectors constraining or negating choice might appear determinative. His admiration for Foucault only encourages this reading. But other complexities lurk. For an important distinction emerges between Hacking's 7th engine, genetics, and his 10th, resistance. For Hacking makes a rather startling pronouncement, at least by his typically cautious standards. Quoting here from Hacking, "If the genome begins to override culture, then all citizens must rise up and insist that social bonds are what make us people." Close quote. Social bonds are what make us people? This further underlines the need to unpack in what sense people have choices determining such bonds. Whatever latitude one has in choosing these social bonds marks as well the potential area of freedom each person has to choose whom they want to be. Hacking further complicates the issue of how he thinks about the scope of agency by openly advocating for what he terms a Cartesian view of ourselves. Consider in this regard a remark made in a 1998 essay on philosophical psychology, quoting now, "In many respects," he wrote, "I find more in common between Wittgenstein and Descartes than difference." Close quote. Clearly, Hacking means to shock. What he intends to draw attention to in saying this becomes clearly only by looking at writings which both predate and postdate this essay. In a 2005 essay, Hacking makes explicit the sort of connection he takes to exist between a type of Cartesian dualism and his, that is, Hacking's own concerns regarding people as kinds of objects of science. Hacking remarks there that, quote, "One group of psychological reasons for distinguishing mind and body involves choice, or in Cartesian terms, the will," close quote. As he quickly goes on to note with characteristic coyness regarding any explicit connection to his own views, quoting now, "This will seems like a will from nowhere, affected by states of the body, but with a life of its own. But the will does seem like a will from nowhere that chooses, decides, resolves, and in some way causes us to use our bodies to try to get what it wants. Deciding what to do does not seem to take place anywhere," close quote. Hacking proposes to dispel any hint of a ghost in the machine by insisting that any distinction between what wills and what the will acts upon be understood as a logical and not an ontological one. Specifically, the distinction signals, on his view, moves in different language games. Quoting again from Hacking, "Descartes' theory of the will is an integral part of his philosophy. If the will is mental, then it is literally nowhere, for it is not in extended space. I want to fix on his logical distinction," Hacking writes, "and in turn distinguish it from his material one," close quote. This provides Hacking's basis for a surprising tie of Descartes to the later Wittgenstein, that is, by construing mental talk as just its own language game. Acknowledged ties to Davidson's anomalous monism also surface here, as well as explicit commitment to the sort of holism about language that Davidson inherits from Quine. Hacking innovatively recruits as well Ryle's notion of a category mistake in the service of explicating dualism as a logical distinction. Quoting now, mental predicates do not apply to strictly material things, and predicates of material things do not apply to the mental. It is inept, Hacking writes, inept to talk of mind and matter in the first place when we're talking about people, but if we do, mind and matter are different ways of describing our experience. Close quote. Hacking's way out of substance dualism, in short, involves construing mind talk and body talk as distinct logical categories, each with its own, typically independent vocabulary. But apart from his deliberate nods to Davidson and Ryle, Hacking simultaneously and apparently unwittingly, and I say that, I don't mean that, I'm going to now draw a link to your shock and maybe dismay between Hacking and Sellers, but I've never seen in Hacking's writings, and it would be the foolish person to claim to have read all of Hacking, but I have never encountered a cite in his writings to Sellers. So that's hence the unwitting. Hacking simultaneously and unwittingly embraces as well clear analogs to two key Sellarsian distinctions. These are between the space of reasons and the space of causes. Of course, the locus classicus is empiricism and philosophy of mind, and between the scientific and manifest image, from philosophy and the scientific image of man. For Sellers, a key point of seeming conflict between the scientific image and the manifest image concerns the vocabulary license for purposes of explanation. The scientific image for Sellers recognizes only subintentional causes as explanatory. The manifest image preserves intentional and so normative vocabularies for the explanation of behavior. Scientific explanations occupy only the space of causes. The manifest image alone traffics in the space of reasons, that is, normative accounts of behavior. In order to make these suggested parallels between Sellers and Hacking explicit, however, it first helps to take note of what Hacking terms his disunity of language thesis. Quoting now, true statements about individual mental activities, acts, processes, and states are in no way translatable, this is Hacking, are in no way translatable into, reducible to, or expressible by true statements about bodily activities, acts, processes, and states, close quote. This non-translatability of true statements in one vocabulary to equivalence in the other manifests what Hacking calls the disunity of language. Quoting again, actions and words are formed in a language game from which the words take their meaning. Collectively, these display how wrong it is to seek a single model for language. They show us the disunity of language, close quote. This disunity gives Hacking license to speak of a self who chooses without having to commit to any particular characterization of the self making choices. As with Sellers, preserving a need for both vocabularies, that is, causes and reasons, ipso facto preserves the integrity of at least some intentional explanations, apart from those formed in the subintentional vocabulary of a science. Hacking thus avoids any dualistic ontologizing by assigning terms to different forms of discourse. Returning to his views on of Wittgenstein and Descartes, Hacking likewise reads them as maintaining that, quoting now, something different may have to be said about each mentalistic term. Both philosophers understood that descriptions of these items will be unrelated to anything that goes on in the material, space-occupying organs of the body, such as the brain, close quote. Hacking then asserts, quoting again, it seems to me that Descartes wants to say that one ought not to try to explain the way in which events in the brain are associated with feelings. There is a whole domain of descriptions about how one feels and so forth, where one would be making some sort of conceptual error. That's the Rileyan bit. Some sort of conceptual error to ask for explanations of a materialist sort. This is the important sense, he writes, this is the important sense in which Wittgenstein and Descartes are equally dualistic. Close quote. And some statements made in either vocabulary can be true, but not intertranslatable. Hacking then goes on to make the interesting and, I'll say, unexpected move, it's unexpected by me anyway, of connecting this logical distinction and the attendant thesis of the disunity of language back to the styles of reasoning project. Another quote. He wrote, moreover, the disunity of thesis is germane not just to psychology, but also to the motley of mathematics, which Wittgenstein did discuss at length, and the manifold styles of reasoning about which he was silent. Close quote. In terms of Hacking's overall position, the linkage proves unexpected, at least for me, since Hacking never discusses any version of folk psychology, right, in the context of his account of styles of reasoning. Nonetheless, positioning these two language games within that project offers the advantage of blunting any need to reify what each speaks about. For assimilating it to the styles project, distinct language games or styles, right, create different types of statements as candidates for being true or false, as opposed, right, to just having a flat-out truth value. A key feature of Hacking's philosophical anthropology now becomes fully visible. What creates a space for his disembodied self involves not some version of mind-body dualism, but rather a capacity that comes to cognitive beings by virtue of having a language. A self so conceived, moreover, slips the dictates of either social or scientific determinism. It escapes both because they involve languages that are logically distinct and not intertranslatable. The language game that applies to thinking and feeling creatures like us constitutes Hacking's manifest image. This maneuver seemingly allows Hacking to have his cake and eat it too. That is, a self whose self-fashioning draws only on social materials, but which lacks any essential qualities because it has no substance to call it its own. I now want to show how this connects to Hacking's views about Goffman's about self, as well as other aspects of the Salarzian view mentioned above. On this shared Salarzian view, it becomes clearer why possessing language allows moving a version of Kant's notion of freedom into the contemporary world. Situating Hacking within a Kantian tradition with regard to his notion of freedom becomes less surprising upon examining why Hacking chooses to favorably juxtapose Foucault's top-down macrosocial approach and Goffman's bottom-up microsocial one. Consider in this regard what Hacking identifies as the unwritten Foucault, that's my phrase, what Hacking thought Foucault would or should have written had not death intervened. Hacking writes, the power knowledge story has been elaborately illustrated in Foucault's books, but they leave out self-discipline, what I do to myself. I think Ron was also quoting from Self-Improvement when in his paper. It's an important essay for Hacking, but not one discussed. Anyway, going back to the quote. Thus, they admit the permanent heartland of subjectivity. It is seldom force that keeps us on the straight and narrow, Hacking writes. It is conscience. It is less knowledge produced in the human sciences that we use to guide our life than self-knowledge. There is nothing private about the use of acquired words and practical techniques. A genealogy of ethics would be a study, of what these techniques really are and how we use them upon ourselves, close quote. This notion of self-discipline here has an odd twist, for while it echoes Kant's thought that reasoning creatures have a capacity to act other than in accord with the dictates of nature, hacking certainly posits nothing akin to a categorical imperative, quite the opposite, in fact. He writes, if we talk about making a people, we can sensibly be asked, what's your idea of a person? Who can be thus made up? And Hacking responds to his own question by writing, I think there's no fixed toll of human nature to discuss, close quote. So while Hacking endorses the idea that we can and do discipline ourselves, he denies that self-disciplining represents any response to a higher moral order or an essential human nature. Hacking's clouded relation to a Kantian conception of freedom does not stop here. For Hacking, like Kant, does not believe that our knowledge of ourselves as objects in the world precludes agency. Kant famously holds that one can never know if one has chosen freely or not. Hacking, too, raises the question of whether the knowledge people can have of themselves leaves room for freedom. He writes, quoting Hacking, here's a credo for an existentialism without dogma for our time. Our genetic essence is not our essence. We pass to the next question. How is the space of possible and actual social action determined not just by physical and social barriers and opportunities, but also by the ways which we conceptualize and realize who we are and what we may be in the here and now, close quote. And it is just here, in the midst of discussing possible agency over and against the physical and social barriers and opportunities, that Hacking pivots to discuss what he finds important in Goffman's work. Here, Hacking chooses to emphasize the two sides of Goffman's account of role-playing conception of the self. The roles and the persons are one. People inhabit the roles as individuals, but persons remain nonetheless just a sum of those acts. Now, does Goffman's dramaturgical model offer any less mysterious account of how self-creation might be possible than does Hacking's? Recall that for Hacking, the question arises because although he insists that no essential self exists, there remains a possibility for undetermined choice. Goffman's account does allow for resolution of the philosophical puzzle. For a space of agency exists precisely in what Goffman describes as secondary accommodations, or alternatively, regarding observations how, in Goffman terms, individuals manage to reserve a part of themselves from institutions. Read a small part of a quote from Goffman. Goffman wrote, our status is backed by the solid buildings of the world, while our sense of personal identity often resides in the cracks, close quote. Agency, in short, resides in the cracks, those spaces where improvisation on social roles is possible. One crucial step remains to complete an account of Hacking's philosophical anthropology. For even granting that the notion of self residing in the cracks of social structure, it leaves mysterious how even this comes to be. This returns us to Hacking's philosophical psychology. Here I depart from anything I find explicit in Hacking's own reflections. For the other great thinker in the analytic tradition to wrestle with problems of self and freedom in a form closely akin to Hacking is Sellers. And in the Sellarsian strategy for resolving the conflict complements and completes Hacking's own. For Sellers emphasizes in a way that importantly extends anything found in Hacking's own formulations, the creative abilities that come with a linguistic capacity in the form that humans possess it. So Goffman, Hacking, and Sellers, right, all acknowledge, right, that we can be described as objects in the world, right, using a non-intentional vocabulary. And each has the worry that this vocabulary, as it were, will crowd out or supplant, right, any of the vocabulary from the manifest image, you know, that we will just be left as objects, right? It's the classic Kantian worry. And each has a fundamentally similar strategy for resolving the conflict, namely to focus on the capacity, special capacities that language provide us. But I want to claim that only in Sellers does one find a principled reason for maintaining why the manifest image must be retained. For when Sellers argues for the need to incorporate normative discourse within any adequate scientific image, the irreducibility of the normative does not rest on a mysterious account of consciousness or the like. Rather, the irreducibility results as a direct consequence of the holistic nature of language acquisition and use. I have a long quote here. I won't read from Fostering the Manifest Image of and the Scientific Image of Man, but right, the point Sellers makes, the important, philosophically important point makes, and I certainly buy, is that the way language comes to us not only empowers us to use normative discourse, but language doesn't come to us piecemeal, right? Linguistic ability comes, as he says, as a whole. And it's that very fact makes being a person possible, right? Now, among Neo-Salarzians, I talk here a bit about Brandom, because I think in Brandom's work, you find the fullest articulation of how language gives us this creative ability. And again, the parallels are striking. You know, Brandom says, I don't want to be a Cartesian, but, you know, I want to preserve some way of preserving normative discourse. And right, he says, well, where are the linguistic norms coming from? They're social, right? Again, it's a naturalistic, it's intended to be a naturalistic approach, right? You're not invoking some, when I say mysterious, I'm speaking my naturalist hat on, right? You don't want to kind of mystify the mind with special powers, right? Language is acquired, but once acquired by whatever evolutionary or genetic trick allows us to have language, it has these sui generis features, right? And that's the key philosophical claim that's being made. Now, this approach provides, I say, hacking exactly with what hacking wants, the distinction between free and unfree, resting on available modes of description. Moreover, and in accord with hacking's repeated suggestion that making a people consists in understanding how this offers genuinely new ways to construe experience as a type of person, Brandom regularly emphasizes how language learning importantly differs from parodying expressions. Again, I won't read the quote out. I'm pressing too much on your time. But right, the important point is, and you know, Brandon's very good about this, language use, right? It's not like a parrot. It's not like just repeats phrases. It's the ability to both create and understand new phrases. That's really the remarkable feature of language. And this is the sense in which it's inherently creative, right? We can say and do things we couldn't do without, if we didn't have the language. So these two features of language resulting from whatever evolutionary quirk they did, once in place, make possible an analog to Kant's notion of freedom, namely an ability to be aware of and so respond to the prompts coming from the space of reasons, as opposed to just the space of causes. And I say, look, it works both ways. You know, Brandom writes a ton, but you look in Brandon's writings, there's not a shred of an empirical account of, you know, he talks about linguistic norms as social. Brandon never discusses. I once spent a seminar, we invited Brandon around, chasing him around the room, trying to get to talk to him about, and to talk about, you know, linguistic norms in a way that, you know, someone interested in philosophy of social science like myself is, you know, he wouldn't do it. But of course, what Goffman and Foucault excel at, and I think what deeply attracts hacking to them, is precisely how they look at how linguistic norms as formed. I'm almost done here. An interesting criticism, right? Hacking writes about philosophy of language, but he doesn't tell you, right, what does language matter to philosophy? He doesn't tell you what his philosophy of language is. He doesn't even really tell you why language is important, right? And that's exactly what Sellers and Brandom try to do, right? They fill in that an important missing piece. And hacking makes this amazing criticism. I mean, I think it's right, but it's on point. He writes as a criticism of Wittgenstein, one paradoxical effect of Wittgenstein's work has been to depoliticize the idea of language as essentially public. Language becomes regarded as an abstract phenomenon, Hacking writes. One need not become involved in the practical consequences of the idea. Writing about language as some sort of abstract entity has made it possible to leave aside questions about what it is to be a person in a community, close quote. Right? So I'm trying to make here more plausible than it might at first blush do to draw these linkages between hacking and Sellers. So I'll conclude. Hacking's philosophical anthropology, as I've been calling it, arises from a need to formulate a conception of agency and yet dispense with any dualism or essentialism. Understanding his remarks about language games in a Sellarsian spirit, human freedom as made possible by the evolutionary accident of language permits this. Thus, the microphysics of power notwithstanding, Hacking still finds license to speak eloquently of how he imagines us as free. I take then what Hacking writes of Foucault as voicing Hacking's own position as well. I'll conclude with this. Here's what Hacking wrote. Foucault, let's say, has been completing a dialogue with Kant. Each question of Kant is deliberately inverted or destroyed. What is man? Asks Kant. Nothing, says Foucault. For what then may we hope? Asks Kant. Does Foucault give the same nothing in reply? To think this is to misunderstand Foucault's hypothetical reply to the question about man. Foucault said that the concept of man is a fraud, not that you and I are nothing. Likewise, the concept of hope is all wrong. Optimism, pessimism, nihilism, and the like are all concepts that make sense only within an idea of a transcendental or enduring subject. Foucault is not the least incoherent about this. If we are not satisfied, it is not because he is a pessimist. It is because he gives us no Syrian for whatever it is that springs eternal in the human breast. Thank you.
Provocative talk. I think we have like 5 minutes for questions. Yeah, sure.
I'm very excited because, I mean, obviously I just feel like I've been thinking a lot about like self and hacking, obviously, but also lately more from a kind of trying to distinguish like manifest image and scientific image from that Sellarsian framework. I was wondering, can you say a little bit about more about because you said that, you know, all like hacking, Sellers, even like Foucault, they're all kind of coming, Goffman, sorry, coming to like self from like similar kind of angles. And but I was thinking more like Hacking was very resistant to the idea of like coming up with a like description of human nature or the self, because I think he was really worried about being associated with Descartes.
No,
and
no,
wanted to
so-
be- yeah. So-
Yeah, the paper was way too long, and I thank you all for your patience, but, right, part of that gets cut out is, and you and I could talk a little bit about this, right? A lot of my discussion of hacking, how hacking employs Goffman and what's important about Goffman, right? And, right, part of the story here, and going to Ron's talk, right? Goffman is basically using an ethnographic method, and I think this is part of, it's thick description, very well done. And so you're getting the close details. But one of the ones I have that is, certainly Goffman, and I think hacking absolutely, think these are the exceptions that prove the rule. That what goes on in total institutions is just representative of what happens to us all. I said, well, it's funny that Goffman never talked about graduate education. Right. So but going directly to your question, right, part of being in it, whether you're being imprisoned or in a mental assignment, is the construction of a case history, right? And so you don't construct a self with a capital S. You construct a self that shows you how you got to where this point. And in this respect, it ties to of these views I have in print about philosophy of history, that find to Dante's view that it's always retrospective and you're always starting at the end and then trying to figure out how you got to that point. And that's why it's narrative in nature. But the narrative constructs the self. And then people, in effect, buy into that or they don't. Right, but that sets. So I hope I'm answering your question. You don't have to have the capital S self. You get the self, that slice of the self that's relative to accounting for where you are and how you got there.
Comment, Paul, so I kind of want to urge you to just kind of criticize hacking over this, right? This is a very thin kind of view. It's a very 1970s view, right? It's really revealing the sense in which hacking is an analytic philosopher. It's 1970s philosophy of language view about, I'm thinking about cognitive revolution and, everything's linguistic, the kind of stuff going around at MIT at the time.
Yeah.
And I don't have a good idea of what he's talking about when he's talking about freedom, right? So it sounds like some kind of neutral monism towards freedom. So his view on mind seems very neutral monist, right? These are just two different perspectives or languages for talking about
That's right.
phenomenon. But when he talks about Kant, Kant's got the most bizarre compatibilist.
Yeah.
Where we're
But no. So right, the philosophical trick is, right, well, all these people want to say, right, he wants to hold on to this notion of agency, right? And he's not shy about this. He talks about Sartre. He talks about, talks about his own existentialism, right? Where it's not reading into hacking.
Yeah.
What sort of, that a pretty radical notion of agency here. How's he, right, here he is, Ian Hacking, philosopher of physics, everything else. He knows that literature. How is he going to make all this work? But as I started to try and unpack what he was saying about, and I'm looking at, the preamble with Sartre, and I'm thinking, how's this? Oh my God, what if I start to write on, how am I going to make all these pieces fit? That's when I started to see the more general connections that he was saying, and especially, the way he wants to deploy language. he cites Davidson, he's very, it's very praising things that, but Davidson's mental events, if you go back and look at, which I did, Thomas, Davidson prefaces and closes that essay with discussions of Kant and agency and free will. I mean, he's worried about the exact same problems, right? So, it's sort of very anti-Chomskyan and a lot of stuff going on here, but yeah, I and it's not in this paper, obviously, it was way too long, even as it stood, but right, so I'm not trying to, as it were, defend the video, I'm simply trying to bring to the surface how these pieces fit. And I think, I hope I made a plausible case for putting them together.
Presentation, instead of saying language is a source of agency, language is a source of constraint.
Well, but that's the title of the Brandon essay. The famous freedom and constraint by norms.
Yeah.
Right. And the Brandonian point, which is very it's very clever. Right. Is in order to be a speaker of language, you have to respect or recognize certain norms. But once you do that, it carries with it a certain type of freedom.
Yeah. So right. Source of agency and constraint.
Yeah, that's right. So the agency and constraint are not like independent.
Yeah.
They come as a package.
That's right. Just the social world is just completely linguistic, right?
Yeah.
In some sense. All right. Well, thank you for a wonderful conference. For decades we've talked about we wanted to do a festschrift for Ian, of course, his health kind of prevented that. So I hope we got something like that. So yeah.
Thank you, John.
Hey, thank you. And for those online, thank you for attending.